wonderfully.
I think I remember it.
It's capital
Yeah.
law.
One, two, three. And then we can change it another.
Cool.
Okay,
And I must be in.
you are in. All right, we're good to go.
So what's the deal? Why do we have to go through those extra steps? Is that being addressed?
Josiah was doing that, and then now he's no longer is here, so we'll have to wait till the new
Okay.
IT person is up and
I
running.
just heard that
Hmm?
information,
Okay.
What, you just heard it?
that he was no longer here.
Yeah, he left, Tom, when did he leave? A couple weeks ago,
A week or
two ago?
He went back to Washington to work remotely and he sent his resignation.
Okay.
Oh, he didn't give
Like
any
the weather up
notice?
there?
So he went
He's
back
from there.
and,
That's where his family
he-
lives.
He worked for a week and then
Well,
Oh.
he went to basic training for the Air National Guards.
Oh,
Yeah, he's gonna
Is
do
what started that whole him leaving thing.
So, okay, you guys are all, everybody's logged in? So we're good for the meeting later on?
Mhm.
Perfect.
Till it blows up.
Yeah,
Till they hit the
Please.
wrong key.
you ask for voting and it don't do anything.
Yes, it does.
Well, it
Come
depends.
when you say-
Yeah, when you see, online voting's open and everyone's computer does.
How are you?
How's it going?
Feeling better?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Golden.
Awesome. So I got cookies instead, so there's a plate and cookies. You have to share with your next door neighbor there or not.
Let me see what kind they are.
There's two of each,
I'll see if
if you want
see if I
some.
want to share or not now.
So there's oatmeal, there's chocolate chip, and then there's just like. They even gave you a plate and a napkin.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, my goodness.
I was gonna go upstairs and see if you would like any help.
There you go, sir. How y'all doing tonight?
Good, good.
Thank you.
Not too shabby.
When did you need the computers?
Yes, I've got my computer, I'm just.
No problem. I will. Mayor, can I could you turn the TV screens on for me? I cannot reach them or.
Maybe I can.
Just hit the little button there. Perfect. Thank you.
That one's gonna be the fun one. Yes, but
I'll let you hold me up and I'll push
you
you.
got the button.
All right. You should be all set. Okay. I believe, hold on one second. The mics are on, so if you guys would like to bring the mics down, I would appreciate it. No, I ask them a lot.
So you can hear us chew your cookies.
Yeah, that was worried about.
See how crunchy they are.
I apologize, I was having trouble upstairs with this, so I'm hoping that.
Bruce, you have to bring your mic.
Hmm?
You have to bring the mic down.
I'm not talking.
One day
Just
I'm
do a
looking
Jabari.
around and I'm
Sat back
thinking,
here.
what is that noise? And it was
Jabari.
me tapping a piece of paper on my microphone.
As soon as someone would step up there and shove it in his face, he would. He'd be like, I only say what I want to hear be heard. I'm like, what the?
Who's that, Jabari?
Yeah.
I would tell him get closer or whatever. I finally give up.
I like the one the governor and all them have where they got the button right there, they can push it, turn it on,
Yeah.
turn it off.
Yeah.
Those were some nice mics.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then people would walk up.
For
at
like the
this
slip
lip,
board,
You push a button.
they just push a button and they
Yeah.
talk, they turn it off, it's all wireless battery.
It's all wired, it's a box here with a mic on it, you just push the button, turn it on, talk, and then push the button, turn it back off.
All right, I think we're ready. All right, I'll call this
Finally got her running.
meeting to order at 6:03. It's a work session, and I will turn the floor over to our attorney, Gwendolyn Wade. And you got a new haircut. Every time I see her, she looks like somebody
Quit
else.
changing your hair.
But I'm in my chair. Okay, so this is the ethics and integrity section of the boot camp, newly elected boot camp that was presented at Wham. Mark Harris is the one who actually made this up. He is the main attorney who advises Wham. And hoping to get him to come in and give some of the other presentations coming down the road. I got Maren helping us with that. But I am going to go through this to the best of my ability. And please, love this to be interactive questions. Some of the examples in here are kind of hinky and kind of obvious, but I think they illustrate the point. So these are the two things that we're mainly supposed to get out of this training. So obviously, ethics are important. So the little example of this one is that a fellow elected official just called you to inquire about a job applicant who once worked for your town. You can feel your blood pressure begin to rise and beads of sweat break out on your forehead. The job applicant had to be fired after numerous allegations of sexual harassment arose. He promptly hired a lawyer and sued the town. The victims of the alleged harassment did not want the case to go to trial to save embarrassment for their families. So reluctantly, the city settled the case out of court for several $1,000s, a carefully worded letter of reference, and an agreement not to talk about the agreement. Your colleague who serves on the Wham Board of Directors with you is now asking you some detailed questions. Many of those questions cannot be answered with the letter of reference. Do you answer the questions or not?
No.
Why?
You can answer the question as whether he worked for you or didn't.
Okay.
That's it.
Why is that?
Because anything you're going to say, this is kind of like Miranda, anything you're going to say can and most likely will be used against you in a court of law.
So which category do you think that this example falls under on those three sections there?
Compliance.
Which would it fit best?
Compliance.
Compliance.
Okay. So obviously ethics are important, and I think the most important thing to see is that it depends on the public trust, which is strengthened by all of these things. And without the ethics, obviously you can't achieve this public trust that you're looking for as a council member. So, nice quote from a dead dude. He is actually the first politician to lay in state at our capital.
To what, did you say?
Lay in
To
state.
lay in state in the Capitol Rotunda. Basically, they held a wake for him actually in the Rotunda. He was the first one to do that. So there are several different types of conflict of interest. I'll say that differently. There is one conflict of interest. There are several different sources of conflict of interest. The conflict does or does not exist. And I really like the quote up there that the difference is between what's good for you and what's good for the public. And if those two things intersect under any of these, financial, professional, personal, or prejudicial, if any of those intersect and conflict, that is when you have the conflict of interest. Whether or not the person with the conflict is actually influenced, you have to go by what it appears. So if the circumstances could reasonably be believed to create a risk that a decision might be unduly influenced, then you have to step back. You have to disclose it. You have to detach from the issue, and you have to stop participating in discussions and implementations. So for a financial, I think it's obvious what a financial is. You own a company that's going for a contract with the city. You obviously have to step out of that. If for a professional one, you have somebody who works in the city who does consulting services on the side for a different government, and there could be conflicts between those two governments on that basis. That would be some kind of professional. As a for instance, I believe that Mr. Garner is working on an IT consulting business. So in the past, whenever we talk about, for instance, SCADA systems, he excuses himself, even though he's not currently involved. It's something that he may be interested in getting involved in. So he recognized that and he stepped out for that. The personal conflict of interest is more of obviously a personal. Terry, your wife, working for one of the boards here, you would not want her to be the one who reports to the council. You would want one of the other persons, and you and she could not serve on that same council. That would be a personal conflict. And then you have prejudicial, and that pretty much falls under the employee's side. The example they give is, I cannot represent the city as a prosecutor against a person who I previously defended. So there is that cross section where I may know things as the city attorney and prosecutor that I would not have known had I not defended this person. So that gives me an unfair advantage. So that is the prejudicial. I may think I can set that aside, but to keep that from happening, I just recuse myself and get someone else to do it. So that would be a prejudicial conflict of interest.
So can I ask a few questions?
Yes, ma'am.
So on the financial conflict of interest.
Uh-huh.
So I don't know what the city's policy is on buying things, if the policy is to buy the cheapest or to buy in town.
That's actually a state law. We're required to look locally, but locally means within the state. And that is the requirement that the state has. It doesn't mean within your jurisdiction, it just means within the state. So if the best bidder is someone here in town, let's say.
Well, I'm not talking about bidding, I'm talking, let's say paper and pens. You buy them from Amazon or you buy them from Walmart here?
Okay.
Which
That
one?
would be either one, as long as you're not going through a person who gains a benefit.
Okay,
For instance, if the manager got a cut at Walmart, we wouldn't buy from Walmart, because that would look hinky.
okay. So let's say, and forgive me. So somebody bought something, the city bought from Terry, from Mayor Wycombe.
Yes.
Is that a conflict of interest?
Not so long as when he was paid, he did not vote on that budget or that payroll, accounts payable, and not if he was not sought out just like any other business would have been.
So was there a bidding and he won the bid? Or is he the only one that can provide the product?
That is the decision of the financial persons. Hate to throw you under the bus, but yeah.
There's a certain amount that it caps at before you have to go out for bid. So as long as something is underneath that amount, it's up to the discretion of that department head or the financial, director at that point in time who they choose to use.
What I will say about, I've sold the city several signs, and since I've been a councilman, not as many as I used to, but when that comes up, even though it's almost always below the threshold that they would have to go out to bid, I do know that they do call and get quotes.
Okay.
And then how I handle it is when it comes to the accounts payable, then I just abstain from that vote on that set of accounts payables.
It is regardless of the price bid out or request for quote, simply because you are on the council to make it fair and open and,
What do you-
Actually,
what do you
that's for
mean now?
anything. It's not just because he's on the council. Anything that goes out, if it doesn't reach the bid threshold, we still get options.
still get requests for quotes?
Quotes, yes, thank you.
Okay, okay.
And that has happened virtually every time, and I
Okay.
insist that it does for these kind of reasons.
Okay. I also had a question on personal conflict of interest. I don't think it's a surprise that, so if I'm angry at a company and that anger is well known, I can still vote on them? That's not a reason, that's not a conflict of interest, or that's not an ethical reason? Or is that a gray area?
Because that's not actually discussed, I actually go to the law, the practice of law to define that one. For instance, when we're selecting jurors, if they say, yes, I know this person, or no, I don't like this person, the judge asks them, can you set that aside and be objective and reasonable? And if the person says yes, we give them the benefit of the doubt, and they're allowed to sit on that jury. And since there is no guideline that's not legal, that is the guideline I fall to, is if you could be selected for a juror, as a juror, then yes, if you can represent to the town, to the city, that you can do this free of bias and set that aside, then yes, I believe you should be able to attend.
So if you were in the jury and the person, because we live in a digital age, and put something on for the public to see about their hatred of somebody, they would still accept that person saying, I can set that aside?
If they can say up here on the bench that they can set that aside.
And if they said something after they said that on Facebook, wouldn't that? See what I mean? If they say it and then their actions after they say that go against that, wouldn't that mean they'd be off the juror?
Then you
right?
move off the jury
Off the
standard
jury?
and you go to arbitrary and capricious. So
Okay.
when they make that vote, can they express the reason for that vote? Is it something that says, I just don't like them? Or do they say, I don't want to vote for it for X, Y, and Z reason, and they are valid legal reasons?
Okay.
So there's a couple of different levels you can go to. I would prefer, obviously, for cleanliness, if you think that someone out here is going to hold you and say to you, I don't think that you should be doing that, then I don't think you should be doing that. Because it's your constituents and the city that you're supposed to be representing. So if you don't think you can do that, or if it appears that you can't do that, the cleanest thing is to step away.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions on this one? All right. So this one's cookie. So this is what they state all of the characteristics of an ethical municipality is. And the reason why this is important is because, again, you are representing the people of the city. So you need to have their belief in you. They have to feel like you understand your job and you have their best interests at heart. And the way you do that is through these ethical standards or ethical behaviors. And so you can see on here that they have several different things that affect how you're seen up here and how the citizens feel about you. I believe that all of these are immensely important. And without these, I think that, I know they just sound like words, but I think about it as a citizen. Do you think that they see you having a sense of responsibility towards the community as a whole? And when you speak or you do something up on this bench, think about these things. am I moving towards these things? And what I'm saying, advancing these things. So they have another one of these scenarios that the city clerk and the mayor are both at the Wham annual conference and relaxing at the end of the day in a hotel bar. The city clerk is sitting with some Wham cat people, she's not mixing, she's buying her own drinks. At the next table, the mayor is buying a second round of drinks for his friends with the city credit card
Oh, God.
and holding forth about his frustration with a sexual harassment lawsuit that was filed by a police department dispatcher. In graphic terms, the mayor complains that the dispatcher has no reason to accuse the city of a hostile work environment. All I did was tell her a few off-color jokes which she repeated to some of her friends. She's not even that good looking, so I don't know why she'd be worried about sexual harassment.
We all know where that's ending.
Let's list the issues here.
From,
On a side note,
Yes.
the city credit card, you put alcohol on that or no?
No.
Issue number one.
Thank you.
One of many.
That
No,
started it all.
Alcohol does not go on a credit card.
Yeah.
You can buy dinner, any drinks you have to pay out of your own pocket.
Right. Old Sinclair was that way.
That
HF
is
Sinclair is not.
standard for all government credit cards.
And the mayor, in this case, don't drink. So,
There you go.
Oh, you can't buy everybody else dinner.
bring your own money.
All right, here's the question though. We all recognize lots and lots of problems here, but here's what I want you to focus on. Should the clerk forget about this conversation and the drinks on the city?
absolutely not.
What about him just blowing off steam and it doesn't really mean anything?
No.
No.
So, should she report it?
Absolutely.
Yep.
Should she start prepping her new resume, or should she be free from any retaliation?
She should be
Should be
free from
free.
retaliation.
Yeah,
Should
But she should still
Yeah.
update
Yeah.
her resume.
yeah.
Sorry, I know reality. That's reality.
Well, but but in this case, if she would complain in the proper way, I don't think she would be
Any problems?
at risk at all. Is that
And
is that a
explain
correct
why.
That should
assumption?
be.
That
the way,
should
yeah.
be.
Yeah.
Normally, it would be.
Explain why you say that.
Well, because if she goes to the correct person with this, city attorney or county attorney or whoever, and has the evidence in their hand, by the time she has complained, it will become so public. If he would be stupid enough to fire her,
Yeah.
I mean,
That's basically-
that just,
So there's a lot of things with this. So if she told the city attorney that this happened, what would be her proof? What if it was her word against his word?
Well, she'd have to record all the witnesses.
well,
There will
if
never
there,
be
yeah,
witnesses.
if there was somebody else
You know,
listening,
if
number
she's not
one.
involved.
Yeah. But
Number
if there
two,
wasn't,
if you have the receipt from the wherever that the liquor
that
was
would
paid for, I mean, those are obtainable, both of those. I mean, when you're in a bar, everybody thinks they can't be heard and everybody around them's hearing them, you
And they're
know?
normally yelling.
So if that was taking place, I guarantee you, there'd be a lot of people get involved in
so if I
that.
switch this up a bit, take out the sexual harassment, and the boss was just blowing off steam by saying, cussing or threatening somebody, where does that go?
Should that still be reported to someone?
That's what I'm asking.
What was that again?
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's not like he's gonna get away with that anyway. You're sitting in even though you're sitting in the room, and he's sitting at a table of people that can confirm he said it. That's the first thing. And virtually every table around him can confirm that he said that. It doesn't matter who he's talking about. I can't stand that guy. I should just kick his you-know-what. You can't do that. The easiest thing to do is just not talk. It's like the most simple thing in the world. Or don't talk about anything like that.
Yeah.
You know, it's like the simplest thing in
Take
the
up
world.
boxing?
Well, no, you just skip that whole sense of
Yeah.
I'm invisible here. No, you're in a public place. You are never, first of all, you're never off duty, ever. That does never occur. You're at the grocery store, you're on duty. You're there buying beans, doesn't matter, you're on duty. Because the people that will talk to you will think you're on duty. You serve them even though you're getting beans. You're there to serve them. And it won't matter that you think I'm there getting beans. What you think is not relevant, it's what they think that becomes relevant.
But in the case of yelling at somebody or calling them names or threatening them, what are the consequences of that, other than bad press?
That can be
Or
the
the-
worst thing you can have.
Okay.
I mean, the very first thing you're looking for is everyone is treated with honesty and respect. Right smack in the middle of the screen there, it says that. And that's the last thing you're doing, is you're not doing that.
Right.
So the person, as you're grabbing your beans, hears that comment. No matter how much you worked on that, you just blew it up. Because you are never not on duty. It doesn't ever matter where you are always on duty.
Agreed.
And it's unfortunate that you can go home, and when you walk through your door, the dog's gonna think you're on duty. And gonna go, "Rah, rah, 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 rah. I wanna go to the dog park," right? And you're gonna be going, "Oh, great, another constituent." And you have to take that into account, no matter who you're talking to, at what point you're talking to them, no matter how angry you may be. You're on duty.
Okay.
And that's unfortunate, because we have people that make that mistake.
There's people who stir that pot too.
Yeah, you do. You have people that come up to you and just, like, they're in full on attack mode.
Yep.
You're buying bacon, for God's sake, and they're in attack mode.
I've walked away from people because of that.
Yeah.
I just,
Yeah.
Excuse me,
It's been great
turn and
talking to
walk
you.
away.
I'm gonna go buy some
yeah,
pie.
yeah.
You know, that's the whole conversation is
Chocolate's
right
good for
there.
that too.
Yeah.
I think some of this, though, we need to, it's not clear of what form of government they're in, but in our form of government, the city clerk does not work underneath the mayor or the city council, so there should be no retaliation on that aspect of things, and the city clerk should be in a safe position. So if you think of it that way, it's,
It's that black line we don't step over.
And a lot
Either
of
way,
it,
though, they should be protected because of
It-
labor
correct.
laws, but
100%.
yeah.
Yeah.
and I will point out that a lot of this training was, since there's only 3 communities in Wyoming that are city manager form, a lot of this was geared towards mayor form of government, which is, a lot of this stuff is
different.
still applies, but that's why those things that Chris noticed are in there.
Okay. Thank you.
So in answer to your what happens, the entire organization can be held criminally liable for any of its employees' illegal actions. And by employees, that also means council members. So if council members, either singly or as a unit, do something badly enough, the entire city can be held criminally liable or civilly liable. So it actually really matters. The most oftentimes, the things that cities get the most in trouble with are those, the fraud, environmental waste discharge, and tax offenses. They are the most common municipal crimes. And because of that, the Department of Justice recognized that there are some steps that municipalities can take to abate that possibility. And one of those is creating an effective compliance program. And if you can show, if something happens and the city can show, hey, we have this in process, we have this in place, somehow it still happened, it can significantly reduce the fines, it's up to 95%.
What is environmental waste discharge?
Like if you have one of your, maybe our old landfill starts leaking into the
Oh, okay,
groundwater,
okay. Got it.
or we have a sewer leak that somehow gets into the groundwater,
Okay, that
something
makes
like that.
sense.
And so for the effective compliance programs, they've got a list of things that should be included in that. And the whole idea is to reduce the prospect or the possibility of criminal conduct, misconduct, or criminal activity. So our charter, our base charter, already has most of this in there. When we turned into a manager form of government, we had a charter that started out, which was basically the minimum ordinances that we had to have to form that form of government. So we already have the compliance standards and procedures, which we took out of the statutes and created our ordinances. Then the oversight by high-level personnel is built into our organizational system, so that we have the council over the top 3 people and then down from there. We have due care and delegating authority because the council goes through a rigorous selection process for the 3 appointed positions and then has overall oversight of the budget and positions that are filled and recommended by the city manager. Effective communication to all employees. Some days are better than others, but we do a good job in the city of communicating with each other. And our city personnel policies, which are being updated right now, also have a lot of that direction for how to communicate. The steps to achieve compliance, we have disciplinary measures in place or guidelines for employees so that if something happens, we have a process where it would step up. The first time you get a verbal warning, the next time you get a write-up. So we have a process in place to achieve compliance, with the ultimate being, okay, you've been given all of these chances, you're still being crazy, we need to depart. And then that's with the consistent enforcement as well. That's where our personnel policy comes in. That is where we do everything to everybody across the board, with the council having oversight of the top 3. And you must address violations and prevent recurrence. I will give you a perfect example of this. When I first got here, we had a surprise OSHA walkthrough over at Public Works. And we had some guys who weren't trained to the level they needed to be. So they told us that, and before we got written up, they gave us an opportunity to correct that. So we got that information, we immediately put the training in place, we immediately did the safety measures. We're no longer out of compliance. We have addressed the violation, and by having these guys trained up and having a repeat process for training, we're gonna prevent a recurrence of that. So this citywide is our compliance program. It's based on our charter, our ordinances, our personnel programs, and our actual organization. So those are the city's compliance program, all of those put together.
So since we have, I'm assuming, we have things in place to work on the sewer system, if anything happened to them, we could go back and say, we are working to fix it.
Yes,
Right.
absolutely, as long as it is being addressed and it has got a plan in place and that it has at least been acknowledged, and even
Not
if it's just
blatant, yeah.
Band-Aids and duct tape, as long as you are moving
Forward, right.
you don't have as much problem. You're still gonna be in trouble, that's not.
Well, yeah.
That is bad.
So they define 3 different standards, and I do believe that this is true. And I am on the very bottom. I am the least you must do or the worst you could do. I am neither what you should do or what is right. Legal is the worst you can do or what is barely legal. Your next one is your ethical standard that governs a particular group or culture. So that is, you're standing out in the street naked, that's not okay, because our society says that's not okay. So that was an ethical standard. Whether you think it's okay to be
And
naked,
legal.
it doesn't matter. Right, no naked. And then you have the moral standard, which is your basic fundamentals of what is right, regardless of legality and custom. So we don't want to do just the legal standard, we don't want to do just the moral standard. We want to find that middle ground that is the ethical standard. It's legal, it's right, but it's also moral. So you've got all 3 of those together for your ethical standards, and that is what you're looking for in your activities in your positions up there. And what can help you do that? Many things. We have ethics and conflict of interest provisions for government officials at all different levels. Specifically, the state statutes and local ordinances obviously are our biggest guidances, but we can also put municipal policies and procedures in place, and we can adopt professional codes of conduct. And the reason that one's up there is because you have things like the ICMA, which I can never remember what it stands for, but it's all of the city managers are in this organization, and their guidelines, our professional codes of conduct, have been voted on by that entire group. And every city manager that is a member of that institution has agreed to follow that code of conduct. So that's a professional code of conduct. You've got police officers who have their professional code of conduct. The council in and of itself wouldn't be considered a professional code of conduct because you're all in different professions. And this is not your profession, it's just your duty. So we would be under the municipal policies and procedures, which are governed by the local ordinances and the state and federal law.
So the ethic policy that we're working on, hopefully, a workshop this month, hopefully, that's also tied into ordinances, right? We have to
It's
change the
guided-
ordinance
It's
with
guided
the
by the
ethics?
ordinances, but it would actually be a municipal policy and procedure.
Okay.
And if there's something that you want in that policy and procedure that is not currently allowed by ordinance,
Then that
you
would
have
need
to
to
change
change.
the ordinance before you could put the policy into place.
But if something's not mentioned in the ordinance, it would be okay in the ethic policy?
It would, but the cleanest would be
Be
to
to
make
make
it
it
in the ordinance so that the two are completely compliant and you don't have weird questions.
Or can you reference the ethic policy in the ordinance?
That is not a good idea because that is something that can change on a regular basis. And you try to keep your ordinances as static as possible, so
Okay.
you're not constantly changing them.
But if you referenced it, then you would have to change it every time you change the ethics policy?
In ordinances, except for state statutes, you cannot refer to anything that's changeable.
Okay.
State statutes, you're allowed to reference them and say something legally like, as may be changed from time to time.
Okay,
Because statutes are over ordinances, but you can't refer to anything
Below.
lower than ordinances that could change.
that makes sense, thank you.
Okay? So the big packet that you've got there, all of these titles, chapters, and articles that are mentioned in this slideshow, you have those titles, chapters, and articles in their entirety. So you have the entirety of 6.5.101 through 10 whatever. Same for all of those. So I've tabbed them out for you. I didn't pick or choose, I just printed out the entire article so you have the whole thing. So that if you have any questions or you want to use it for a reference down the road, you've got it. It is, the source is Westlaw and it was up to date as of today. I printed these out today and Westlaw is literally up to the minute with changes to legislation. So an important thing, an important difference that I'm probably going to plug a couple more times is that Title IX applies to public officials, elected public officials. Not all of those apply to employees of municipalities. In fact, most of them don't. So there is almost two sets of rules, and you'll see why that comes in important in a minute. But the crimes and offenses, all of Title VI are the criminal codes. All of Title IX is administration of government. Title 15 is our Bible, that's the cities and towns. And then Title 16 involves city, county, state, and local powers. So to hit a couple of those, some of the bigger ones. Position or title for private benefit. The best example is Mr. Weisenberg you're hauling butt down the highway, you get stopped for speeding, and you say, hey, I'm a councilman, you can't do anything. That's a huge no-no.
Well, everybody knows I'm probably gonna get a massive ticket if I'm speeding down the dang road.
You can't do the, do you know who I am? You can't do any of that stuff. You cannot lean on people for personal benefits. Say, hey, you know, if we do this, the city might be willing to do this. That's the type of thing that's a no-go on the position. You cannot use public funds, personnel, time, facilities, or equipment for a private benefit. So Terry has that sign business. He cannot come up here and use our printers to print off flyers to advertise his sign business.
Shucks.
Damn, you can't
I
do that
told you
anymore.
about that.
You better have them all printed.
And this one's one that some people, I think, don't really think about when they start talking. You cannot disseminate official information that you obtain through your position. Basically, if we find out about something here in this room that is not already broadcast to the public or is not open for public consumption, you cannot either act on or disseminate that information to anybody. So again, I'm gonna borrow Mr. Garner, his IT business. He knows that we're looking at a SCADA upgrade. He cannot take that information to his business partner and say, hey, they're gonna be looking for this. I'm gonna help you out with how to write the contract, because I can't be part of the contract, but I can tell you what they're looking for. I think that makes those clearest. Hopefully that's not vague in any way.
But if we talk about things here, they're all broadcast.
Yes, but there are things that are talked about that are not up here.
Oh, you're talking
Things are talked about downstairs.
There's other issues, there's criminal issues with executive session information being disseminated, but it also falls under the Ethics and Disclosure Act, which is separate from the Title 16 open meetings.
Okay.
So we have rules all over the place, some of them overlap, some of them don't, but there's different reasons under different statutes of why we can and can't do things. Welcome
So
to
this
law.
might get me in trouble, but let me ask you this.
Be careful
So
with how you
I
ask
asked,
it.
Mr. Sarvey for pictures of the, landfill, so that people could understand why it was taking so long. It takes a long time when the snow's the size of your ceiling.
Sure.
And he sent me them in an email, and then I put them on Facebook. Was that against this? Yes, no,
I would
maybe?
say that yes.
Okay,
We're gonna be black and white, yes.
okay.
Because it had not, those pictures had not been put out to the general public by him.
Okay, so those things, so the emails, anything we get in an email doesn't go to anybody?
That's correct.
Okay.
And if it's completely confidential and you can't even talk about it amongst yourselves, you'll get an email that says attorney-client privilege or confidential or something like that.
All right, I apologize.
Granted, that one's not gonna break the bank, nobody's
No.
gonna get arrested.
Yeah.
Well,
But it is a very good example. So
Okay,
thank you.
thank you.
one thing, if you feel really compelled that something like that should be put out to the public, which so did I, and I agree with all that, another way to go would have maybe to get a hold of Tom and ask that Myra put them out on the places she puts them out on.
Okay, but have
Yeah.
them do it now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that
Yeah.
makes sense.
Okay.
I just
That's what I
thought
was
it would
gonna say,
help
wouldn't that be the
explain
way to go
what's
about
going
it?
on.
To get old Tom and have him go through Myra
Okay.
and them
Right.
take care of it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I
That's always
appreciate
the
the
safest way to go.
Yeah.
clarification.
Don't be the lowest man with a secret and don't put out other people's secrets. Those are the two rules. Always let somebody else do that.
Okay.
So, as I was saying, you have different positions that are ruled by different acts. So, Title IX does apply to elected officials, but does not apply to municipal employees. But here's why that matters. This no gifts or favors only applies to elected officials. Should you have a policy about employees for this? Yes, you should. Does the statute? No. So if you want the employees to be governed by these, you have to put them either in your policies or in your ordinances. So that is why it matters who is covered. Is this stuff that we would like?
Do we have that in personnel?
We do.
Okay.
Most
Most of them
government
are.
agencies do,
Yeah.
yeah.
But that is the reason why it makes such a difference, because if an elected official violates these, the statute reigns. If an employee violates these, either nothing happens because there's nothing anywhere, or disciplinary procedures in the HR policies rule. But employees, neither way, can be punished under the statute.
So I know this covers if we're given anything.
Uh-huh.
So what if I wanted to take, say, clerk out to lunch? I can't do that?
Correct.
I can't pay for her lunch?
No.
Okay. So I can't give anything and I can't take anything?
Your hands got tied a bunch when you got
You have
elected.
to invite everybody. If you're gonna
The whole
invite,
city.
if the clerk's
The
the
whole
only one who
city.
shows up,
That's a part for us.
That's okay.
It's gonna be an
but
expensive
you,
thing.
like, you'd have to invite all of City Hall.
Okay.
And if the clerk's the only one who shows up, that's okay. You invited everybody. Same with the gifts. If somebody wants to give you a gift, if it's not something that's being given to everybody on the council, you don't take
It's the
it.
same rules where I work.
Now, it does say, you know, less than $20 or food, drink, and entertainment. That's not, obviously, you don't want to say, well, it was only 17 $5 drinks. You know, that's not how it works. So if somebody wants to buy you a cup of coffee just because you're sitting there chit-chatting one day, that's fine. But if they're buying you the coffee, as if this would work, to try to influence you on something that's coming up for the council.
Depends on what you lace it with.
Exactly. So does that kind of make sense on the differences for those anyway? I mean, if you walk into Good Days over here and they hand you a macaroon to try, you're not gonna get in trouble for that. But if they say, hey, if you let me cater so-and-so, I'll give you free stuff for the next year, that's maybe not okay.
That's
Maybe.
way not okay.
Maybe. Just, no, no gratuities. You're not a server, you don't get tips, no.
Sad part is these laws were created for a reason, right?
Yes, exactly.
All laws are created
Yeah.
for those reasons. They're not
Yes.
created by people who follow law.
Yeah, exactly.
They're created for people who don't follow
Yeah.
law.
And I think an important thing is it's both soliciting and accepting. So again, Mr. Weisenberg, you can't walk in and say, hey, I'm Councilman Weisenberg, you should give me that coffee.
But when we get our Christmas basket from the city.
And that's,
Everyone gets it.
that's in here.
Everyone gets it.
So yeah, again, optics, always optics. If it could look like some bystander standing there watching what you're doing, if they think that you are doing something wrong, don't do it.
Yeah.
And especially, you don't get tips for this job. You get a measly paycheck and that's it.
Perceptions we have any.
A lot of compliments.
Yes. I remember back on that.
Okay, a couple.
You get
That
some
wasn't
tips,
the
but it's
C
not
word
the
that I
same kind
probably
of
would
tips.
have said.
Yeah.
Let me tell you how to
need
do your
this,
job.
and you need to do that.
So here we're starting to get into stuff that does apply to both employees and elected officials. So misuse of office, I think most of these are self-explanatory, but, and they look a lot like the ones that we just saw in Title VI, or excuse me, Title IX, that do not apply to employees. A lot of these overlap and they do, but these are found in 15. So, Violations for this, for both employees and elected officials, can include removal from positions. You have to claim any gifts or anything to the city if it's over the $20 amount. And there are ways that you can do that. If it's obvious that, for example, Wham is giving an award to longest serving council member, and Mr. Martinez was given this award. He can accept that so long as he claims it and discloses it. So there are ways to take gifts as long as they are something that is generally applicable. It can't be just because we really like Dabari. So, or we want Dabari to do something for us down the road. But it's anything of monetary value, unfortunately. But if it is something that is obviously for gain, that is where it goes bad. And I don't want to harp on this anymore, but don't give out information, don't take money, you're not a server, don't take tips. So, for
says-
official, sorry,
It
yes.
says free city water for all volunteer firefighters. What is that?
Do we still do that?
That's just an
No,
example.
that is a no-no.
Example.
Oh,
That's an example of a no-no.
That's an example of a no-no.
at one time, we did give all the volunteer firemen free water.
Maybe that's
We
why
did
that's in there.
we did years ago.
Yes,
We
years
did
and years ago, that was a
Yeah, that was one of the
policy that-
benefits of
yeah.
being a
And the
volunteer
reason for
fireman.
that is because if you can't do it for everybody, you
Yeah.
can't do it for
Good,
anybody.
okay.
So you have to do it for all city employees, but
That's
No,
what-
No,
you gotta do
no,
for
the whole
everybody.
city.
Yeah.
Give
you
it
have to do it
Anyway.
You can't get a
well, we
benefit.
have done that, given the whole city free water, but.
Or none, no.
Oh,
Sorry,
okay.
that was in totally bad taste. But, no, that is one example. You
Okay.
can't say, we're always going to buy the police department, we're gonna buy all their meals, just because they're police officers. We can't give all volunteer firefighters that kind of incentive. So that is a list of really odd things, and Bruce said, we
Okay.
used to do it, so we may be the reason that's actually in
Yeah.
there.
Okay.
So, we have another conflict of interest type thing going on here. The substantial financial interest is not the only thing that determines a conflict. Remember back to that slide I did earlier. If it looks stinky, it's probably stinky, get away from it.
One thing I would like to add there is, of course, there's this ongoing thing of whether I have a conflict with this company or whatever. I don't. But just because I've had somebody say that I do, doesn't mean I do. And I just want to make that point, that I paid a lawyer bill to find that out. But what I'm saying is, earlier you said if somebody accuses you of that, I didn't agree with that, Wendy. Just because somebody says you have a conflict don't mean you have one.
And I think that this might,
Some of it still comes back to your mind, and do you feel capable of making a factual decision,
That's what I was-
non-biased and
right.
based off of personal feelings? And if the answer is that, which that's how I felt.
I think that goes back to that jury question. It's not really clear, but if the judge asks you if you can set their bias aside and still be fair and impartial, and you say yes, the judge goes with it. That is the way I view it, and I don't know, there's no statute that lines this out, which is what makes it so daggone hard. At least I have a point of guidance. It is the legal point of guidance, and it's what I've got, and that's how I apply it. We could make up our own version as long as we codify it. We could say this is, this isn't, this is, this isn't. But every time you do that, just remember, you're not only narrowing the window, but you're missing something. And you're gonna
Yeah.
accidentally catch something up in that.
There's
That
always
doesn't apply.
there's always some kind of loophole
There's
that,
always something you're missing,
Yeah.
always. So that's the reason that is the thought process I try to put into the conflict of interest thing. And I will be completely honest with everybody. I thought that was a much easier question a long time ago. I really did. And this job has taught me that that is not an easy question to answer.
Well,
And
there's,
I am learning as we go.
I think you showed me seven different law books with 7 different opinions.
Exactly.
And so it is not an easy thing to answer. It's just that earlier you said, if somebody accuses you of it or says you have a conflict, you probably do. Well, I just
didn't mean to, if I said that, that's not.
Well,
what
I just wanted to make sure that I don't agree with that exact statement.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
And yes, I think that legal standard should be applied. There's certain things that doesn't apply to, as a for instance, it's your business, obviously, you gotta be out.
Right.
If it's something that benefits you, like, we're going to rezone a place that you own real estate, you're out of that discussion. So some things, can you set it aside? That's more of a bias, that's not a conflict.
well, and family too, because like my mom
Yeah.
sells real estate, so if it's anything to do with a property, or I just
Yeah.
don't want to touch it, yeah.
So that's more of a conflict. I think, but it's not a conflict if there's a bias that can be set aside that doesn't fall in that black and white, this is a conflict. So that's the way I think it should be looked at. There are strict yes and no's, and then there's,
Yeah. Well,
and
in
it's
that
gotta be case by case.
particular case, I had people saying I had a bias, which I did not. And anyway, I'll leave it be.
Okay. Some of these, this is again, if you have interest in a business, if information is not disclosed to all contractors in a process, you can't give special information to one over another. This doesn't matter whether you're related to them or not, or if you own stock or not. If you have a buddy who has a business and you're feeding him information on a contract process, that is not allowed and it falls under Title 16. If it's found out that you have done that, the contract that comes out of that is not only voidable, it is void. It is as if it was never signed, all monies returned to original hands. It does not exist. Voidable means you can make it go away. Void means it never happened. And that is how strict they are about this conflict. And, it's a felony up to 10 years and major fines. No big deal.
Nothing major.
That should discourage people.
Yeah, you also can't get money, you or your family.
Please define immediate family.
I actually have that in one of my thingies here. It actually lists out who, spouse, parent, sibling, child, grandparent, grandchild, or member of household.
Aunts, uncles, brothers.
Hmm?
Was brothers on there? Like siblings?
Typically.
Okay.
So, yeah, again, it says pretty much the same thing from the other one, but this is under city rules, this is not under the government contracting rules. So this one actually applies to employees as well as elected officials. 15 applies to both. Financial disclosures. You have to tell people what you invest in, whether or not it's related to anything that the city does. If you do have an investment and you discover that you somehow got a benefit from it and didn't know it ahead of time, you have to file it. Once you find out that you did receive a benefit, you have to file it. This falls under the criminal statutes, which means misdemeanor / felony.
What's an example of how that would happen?
So you invest in somebody's real estate company here. You're not actually a partner, you're not actually an owner, but you've invested money into it. And then the city goes and gives them a contract for a development.
Oh, I see.
You're gonna get a return on that investment.
I see.
So
So
like a
even though-
publicly traded company you have investments in or something?
Publicly traded is different because everybody can get in on that.
Yeah.
But if it's a personal investment in a business that the city may work with,
Oh, okay.
you have to disclose that.
Okay.
And if you find out afterwards, as long as you disclose it and you can show that, or you can testify, I didn't know about this, or this happened with the last city council and I didn't know about it, and now I'm a councilman. So you have that, you have to disclose and explain.
Okay.
That also means you can't be in any discussions for that, so, I'm trying to, I wanna get through this real quick. Here's nepotism. This one, again, spouse, parent, sibling, child, grandparent, grandchild, or any member of an individual's household. So if I were not married, but I was living with my spouse as a significant other, that counts for nepotism and for the conflict of interest thing. So it's relatives and household members. So obviously you can't supervise, but y'all only have 3 people to worry about supervising. But Tom can't put his wife on the payroll as a supervisor.
Yeah, Tom. No.
Yeah. Now, if there's not anything in the charter or in the HR rules about this, which there is, employees wouldn't be held liable for this. Tom could hire his wife and there's nothing we can do about it. But since our HR rules say, he's covered there.
Yeah.
So these are some of the penalties. Not all of them are criminal. Title IX is criminal, Title VI is criminal, 15 and 16, some of 16 are criminal, 15 are not. They are simply sufficient cause for removal from office. But what does that mean in the state of Wyoming? Nobody knows for this form of government. That is where your ordinances have to kick in. I think these are the main questions to keep in mind when you're sitting up here discussing issues, determining questions. The greatest benefit for the greatest number of people. Does this decision respect the rights of the individuals who are involved in this? And is it fair, equitable, and impartial? I think those are the 3 biggest questions you need to ask yourself when you're sitting up here making these decisions.
So your question here about what's the mechanism for an action to remove someone for office or who decides to initiate? You said statute doesn't say, it would be our ordinance.
Right.
So does our ordinance say?
No,
And our ordinance doesn't say.
no,
Do other cities,
no,
is that
no.
the way most cities in just Wyoming are, or?
Yes, most states actually do have a removal process, and our state has a removal process for the commission form of government, which nobody uses here. So the mayor form of government and the manager form of government do not have laid out removal from office rules. Handy dandy, let's leave it to the cities.
Well, and actually, there's a state law that there is no state law for recall either
That's correct.
of any kind.
Yep.
And it's actually been challenged to the Supreme Court a couple of times, and one of the reasons it isn't allowed is that you don't have the right to take my vote away.
Yeah.
You know,
Right.
that's there were 2 different times, and I read through both cases, and you got to be bored to do that. But they kind of came at it from two different directions, and that's what basically it boiled down to. That you can't take the voters' rights away. Now, if you commit a felony or something, that's a different deal.
Now, there is a list of things that are removable offenses, but they are if-thens. So one of the ones in our ordinance and in the statute, you can be removed for any felony that would have not allowed you to be elected in the first place. So you would have to be prosecuted, tried, and convicted before that would go into effect in our ordinance. And likely, because of the length of the judicial process, you're gonna be out of office anyway by the time that happens. So we have reasons to remove, but they're after something else happens somewhere else.
Can't serve the council from the jail, right?
Right. If you die, your seat might be vacant,
Probably remove.
Yeah.
unless you're in Georgia.
But that's one of the reasons Cheney wasn't, because they couldn't remove her from her seat, right?
Mhm.
Correct.
They could censure her, but they couldn't remove her.
Couldn't remove her. Okay, that makes sense.
These are, they call them the 3Ds. If you have a conflict, these are the things you're supposed to do. First, you have to figure out that you have one. You immediately have to disclose it in public, on the floor. I have a conflict, this is what it is, and then you leave. You have to disengage from discussions, voting, and implementation down the road. So it's not just once it's passed, you're free and clear. When we start talking about budgets and things like that, you have to abstain from that section of those discussions as well. So it's not a one and done, it's an ongoing disengagement. I've been using you a couple of times as an example.
That's fine.
Your IT consulting business, you step out of SCADA discussions. So
Right.
I've been using that as examples, and just let you know that.
Perfect. No,
I've
that's
used your
fine.
name in vain.
Yeah.
But so, as for that one, for example, once we do that and we start talking about how we're gonna actually implement this system or how we're gonna fund it, he would need to continue to disengage from that discussion. So does that make sense? It's an ongoing thing, it's not a one and done. And this is the absolute truth, and it isn't fun. Your decisions are not between right and wrong, it's between right and right. And that is harder because you don't have a bad choice, you have two bad choices. Because somebody is not going to be happy about it, but both sides can be right, but one's gotta win. So, and sometimes maybe it's that nobody does, and that's the problem. If we have 6 ideas that come up and none of them are good, then we don't do any of them. But if 6 come up and 3 are good, now you got work to do. So I think this is the part of your job that is the worst, is that keeping in mind what your people put you here for and what they want, it's the right and right choices that are the hardest. And that concludes my thing.
One of the hardest parts I have found is like board appointments is one of them that I hate, because you might have 3 or 4 applicants that are absolutely suited and they're here with their families and you gotta pick one.
Yeah, absolutely.
I hate that because,
And they're
you know,
volunteers, and they're volunteering to
And they're
take the position and everything else, stepping out there,
yeah,
you know, to put their time up for it and everything to turn any of them down.
but you gotta pick
Shameful.
one.
I know, it's
And
shameful.
it's
Hurts.
terrible. I hate that part.
I hope this was useful. And we can do some other ones down the road. Like I said, we're trying to get Mark Harris to come out and do some of them. He did 6 modules, I think, and each one of them took a long time. It was a full 6 hours of training.
It was him, I think he told me he did 1 or 2 modules, and the other attorney
Yeah, and
did
then the
several,
other
and I
attorney did
did
some.
talk to the second one also. And the second one, I cannot think of his name, I apologize, did suggest that when we do this, if we can also bring the guy from the Department of Audit, So those that didn't get to take that
Yes,
class
yes.
can, because it's a mandatory class that everybody has to have by the middle of 24, or step down. It's
No, only council,
kind of, huh?
and not only council.
What do you mean?
Anyone that deals with any
Yeah.
government money has to have
Right.
this class.
Yeah,
Which,
the new requirements
Yeah, yeah.
for audits, yeah, we got new training for that too, so that's a great idea.
which I think Lynn has already been through a lot of that, and Tom, they get that through their portions of Wham also, but for the council, it, anyway, that's the last I heard, and then, anyway, I'll try to get a hold of them again and see, are they coming, and if so, when, and so we can be ready for them.
Did they have any classes on executive sessions?
That was all covered, at all their, some
Executive
of their
sessions.
training,
Yeah.
yeah.
That was, it was
Yeah.
part of that? Okay,
Not part
that's
of
good.
Wham.
Thank you very much.
There, and if you get on their website, there are, if you get on their website, there's all these trainings, or a lot of these, especially the mandatory ones, are available online. And so get on the Wham website and
Yeah, I was on there.
just kind of
I
look
didn't
around.
I didn't see much for the training stuff on there though. It was a lot of like
I saw
YouTube.
this slideshow on
Yeah,
there.
but there,
Thank you. What's that? Yes.
it was a lot of YouTube videos that I seen. I was just on there yesterday too to look at some stuff too. And
But we've got to have proof that we did the class.
oh yeah, we might as well get one for a little bit later. How are you? Oh, I'll drink this up real quick.
Did we want to do the picture before?
We're gonna get a picture going in just a minute.
Yeah. Midnight probably won't look our best.
No, but we were gonna do it right before, so yeah, so Myra's gonna get the camera and then you can get everybody set up however you would like, okay?
Thank you.
What I was going to do.
Oh,
Don't jinx it.
We lost a couple already. We lost a couple, so.
I was hurrying in the hallway.
Someone's have to walk in the hall.
Yes. Okay. Some other people do want to show you.
Good.
But I mean, every one of them goes up. Or as soon as you say somebody goes up.
I'm not boss of anybody. Ask Jim. I'm not even the boss of Kitty. I gotta get a pen though.
Oh, she got. When you got one. Good.
These are in order. Thank you.
Score the silver. Third year. Using the little kids' gym for school is much better. I got
Oh, you done with it?
Get out of here.
Did you need to
council, people do more on the outside than you do on the inside. It is, it's just, it's amazing.
Yeah, it's got a door.
So is what you presented?
Oh. Yeah.
What am I supposed to do, Stephanie?
I was amazed at what we learned there. I learned a lot of stuff I didn't understand. I've been around with politicians for many years.
So is this your first time on the council, or you were on the council before?
This is my first time. You know, my brother was in there in Dixon for 10 years, and his wife's in there down there now.
Oh, that's good.
I've known them.
Dixon. It's in Wyoming.
7 miles from back.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, just up river from the
Huh? Friday, yes. What time did you want to meet and where do you want to go?
Morning's gonna be good. I got another meeting in the afternoon. By morning, I don't mean like 6.
By 30.
I mean, you know, like,
What's your definition of morning, Steve?
it's anything before noon. So, no. Yeah.
You know, we're going back on daylight savings time, so you got a lot more time.
Haven't they voted that thing down yet? Haven't they voted to get rid of that?
9?
9's good, yeah.
Where?
Yeah.
You wanna go with the TA?
Sure, I haven't been here in a while.
They have that endless supply of the brown elixir of life.
Usually go to Montano's for that on Saturdays.
That'd be the girls. They're always there on Saturday. That was the crew that would always come to Huckleberry's on Saturday.
There is a group of
That's
4
them.
elderly women.
Yeah. Judy Tig.
And that's their thing.
Yep.
They go in there and they have their coffee and
Yeah.
I just quietly sit in a corner and learn all sorts of things about our town.
All kinds of stuff.
Yeah. Quite interesting. I don't know any of those people. Every once in a while I might recognize a name, but most of the time I don't.
Oh,
But
where
we
are
have quite
we?
an exciting town.
Can be.
Meetings.
Did they turn the mics off? Are they still on or?
It's the work session.
We don't know. It's just a guess. Usually they shut it off in between.
Are we going back to back on these meetings? Or is that break in the middle there?
What?
Are we going back to back on these meetings?
This is the next, our meeting.
That's the.
We have 2.
I ain't quite ready to go.
Well, we have,
Have an executive session in the middle of it.
Mm-hmm.
And then we
I'm
come
just
back
wondering,
out.
when we come back out, what does that say?
Basically, it should be one meeting, but it's, we're gonna have executive session in the center. That's what have executive session at the end of it. Is that we're doing just the one meeting and then executive session, or have we doing the next meeting, or are we doing?
So we have unfinished business. The new business starts with the executive session, and then we continue on with new business.
So they're stuck here until the bus runs. And I'm like,
And then if the one thing passes, that doesn't start till the combining things for one vote.
Oh, yeah, it's got to pass 3 times, isn't it?
Which will save long, eloquent
That's the next
speech.
fun part to all of this, that nothing happens fast.
Nothing happens. You're very slow.
Yeah, it's, yeah.
Well, they have them together. There's nothing on here that doesn't show that they're not together.
Doesn't show what?
Well, it says postpone city council meeting February 21st, 23, and regular meeting. So they must be running them, must have blended all that stuff
They
together.
blended it together.
It's all
Yeah.
planned, it's all
Oh, I see what you're saying. Are we gonna do that?
running.
That's what I meant by,
together.
are we gonna go 1
It's
through?
just a
Yeah,
blend.
yeah, it's.
You know what I'm saying, start, finish that
Put it all
one, start,
together.
finish the next one? No, just,
We're a melting pot.
Let it all merge
yeah, there's
together.
that.
There's that.
So if we we're taking first vote and second vote tonight? That don't count?
I've done that before. Certain things.
All right, let's see here. Oh, man, said no internet and kind of went, I thought, oh, God, here we go.
Broke it? You broke it.
We're not, we weren't asked to join the meeting.
The dogs got if I,
Hey, Lynn,
the dogs.
do we have to join the meeting?
Okay.
So we have to log out and log back in again?
The dogs got a big fight.
This is second water.
You've got your dogs No, they're the ones that talk to me. Getting our dog.
We have to log out, log back in to get it, join the meeting?
I didn't,
Yeah, that's
and I'm still logged in.
You're logged in, but did you join the meeting?
Can you join yet?
she's the
What do you
one
mean?
that's killed
I
mine,
haven't
so.
started it yet, that's probably why.
Yeah, if you can.
That's what I thought it was. is it-
Okay.
I
Haven't
think they
started.
had- You had to start the, start it
Let
up.
me see if I can get Daryl, and then you guys can get a road picture, a couple of them.
You
Okay.
have your key?
It's your camera.
My next dog's gonna be a little guy like
You
that.
have to face the camera or just?
Fierce.
Yeah.
What's the subject?
I was thinking. No, do this.
Big yellow sign, flashing lights. What do you think that means?
Most of us are here.
Like, what do you mean?
Well, Daryl's still. My doctor called, that's who called the first time, like, geez, I can't even have a council meeting. Yeah, it's, yeah, it's.
Not anything serious.
I had a really bad thyroid disorder. We're just trying to find out what like right now. Two different medicines. Yeah, I really. Have you shared the work?
I'll, can't wait to hear. Quit that.
Can't start that now. It's too early.
I drove the city bus all around town today
You did?
for leadership in Irving County.
Are you grabbing on with nothing?
Well, we had, cause we
I'm
had to go out to the
sure.
C4.
I'm sure I'm sure it's rough in that thing. Right, throws
I'm like,
you.
well, yeah, I was like,
It throws you around.
get
I'm
stuck in
sure.
the city bus, so I have to have some city employee.
I was stuck in front of my house for a half hour. The night well, it was Sunday night, I backed out and I didn't hit the tracks just right. I was right beside him because I'm talking to my other neighbor and 20 minutes, I finally dug and then Debbie's like, I think I can push it. No, you can't, get out of the way. Next thing you'll be reading in the paper.
Mayor runs over his
line.
way.
And was her yelling right before that? No, it was, there was that much snow in front of all my tires, I wouldn't move, his slush, you know?
Oh,
And it just, I couldn't believe it, and then I finally got backed up a little bit, and finally it caught just a second, and I went back about 5 feet, and then I took off and hit that same bump. Boom. Anyway, I finally got out there, and I was just ready to call them people back and tell them I ain't coming.
Yeah. And then we had to go out to the water treatment plant. So, That wasn't as bad as getting to the C4 though.
You know what was
Well,
worse?
that road to the C4 is crazy
I was
over
like,
there.
Can you imagine her poor passengers?
I was like, hold on.
I drove that road over there a few times and it's not good.
Yeah, there isn't, oh, you ought to drive in front of my house, it's like,
They're never gonna make me.
There isn't very many good streets in Rome right now.
no, there, it's, every neighborhood's got some.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, they're never gonna let me drive the city bus again. Mission accomplished. I don't want to try.
More to this than you. More to this than you. Oh.
We're just taking a picture.
So what's the holdup? Why don't we vote? Oh,
I might need a couple more.
Just stand up.
yeah, where do you want us at?
Right here will be perfect.
Alright.
We all have to be.
I'll do it to both of you.
We needed everybody to like line up 4 and 3. 4 in the back, 3 in the front, with like windows.
You want the tall ones in the front, short ones in the back?
Okay, somebody has to be on the front. Down here.
Down?
Yeah.
The short ones. Short ones gotta be a front. Short ones gotta be a front.
There you go. Okay, one more down here. One more down here. Now you scoot over. You 3, scoot 1. There you go.
That's awesome.
Time to scoot over that way. I don't, do you guys want to do the shoulder thing? I don't know. Ready? Okay, cheese. You all look beautiful. Keep smiling. Nice work. Okay, Lynn will choose the best one.
We'll put them up on the website.
All 3 of them.
The best. That's it, guys. Thank you so much.
Oh, here, talk.
Appreciate it.
Just a short distance away.
We toured the new courtroom today at the county. Have you seen the new courtroom?
No,
Oh,
I haven't been in the courthouse yet.
they did.
Yeah, Debbie said it was, Debbie went over there and got part of a tour. I'm gonna make Mara take us for a tour.
Her office.
The,
Is it done?
yeah,
They got
They're moving furniture and stuff.
those guys. They were supposed to be here a week ago
Cowboy moving?
to move all that stuff over.
so they didn't have to move as much stuff because Steve moved a
I
bunch.
moved her entire office.
Circuit court turned out so nice.
I need to go check it out.
It made me like look at this. I'm like,
We need some upgrades.
we need to
Let me
upgrade.
tell you, that circuit court. 'Cause I had to do a jury trial in there, and you go in and you go, ugh, it's not attractive. You go in now and you go, wow,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's nice.
They did such a great job of matching upstairs.
Oh yeah,
Woodwork,
it's beautiful.
it is really pretty.
It turned out.
Can we go, Missy?
No, it's good.
Can we go?
I know you were talking.
Oh, you're good.
Did long
Did you join the meeting? Oh, it's not.
How long have they been remodeling on
Did you
that?
just come up to join the
A little
meeting?
over a year.
That's it?
Did you
Yeah, I
join
haven't
the
been
meeting?
there that long.
No, because
It's not there yet. You're gonna
I
have to
wanted to go
refresh.
over there when it was totally
I thought you
empty.
said you
Oh,
joined
Travis
the
told
meeting.
me it was so spooky.
Is it? Mine did.
Really?
Yeah, not yet.
Okay.
I think Lynn has to turn it on. Join the meeting. Yeah.
I'm not thinking that we're gonna be logged in here.
If you're logged in, all you gotta do is hit refresh.
For you guys, if you
I'm logged in,
during the
but
meeting, especially when long discussions happen, you won't log in.
Yeah, you have to move your mouse down in or else you'll be.
Yeah, you gotta keep it refreshed or.
Oh, I think I'm in the wrong meeting.
Okay.
I'm not gonna start until.
That's a problem when you get so many of them in here, you know what I mean?
What's that?
Like when you have so many of them to choose from and you get the wrong one. What's that March? I missed that one, the second, right?
I'm not gonna make it.
It's not even letting me go into it. It's not popping it up. Wow.
3 minutes, do you need help?
It's like not even popping it up to view an agenda or anything.
Myra?
Lynn's logged in, so I can't start the meeting. If the meeting
Well,
isn't started.
but he,
Or is it after that?
He can't even
can't.
get in the
Chris is
agenda,
having
their
a-
agenda.
Can't even get in.
Yeah, it's in there. It's just clicking on that. There's nothing.
But you are logged in.
Yep.
We'll see what happens when Lynn starts the meeting. Maybe that'll. Oh,
Oh,
no,
now
you're
it's
not
gonna
logged
say
in.
log in again, so it kicked me out. Okay.
It was mad at you.
Yeah. You didn't do something.
They am
right.
logged in.
But now you're logged in. It must have kicked you out.
That's a sign.
Can we
There
join?
we go.
Hold on, I'm just logging in right now to start the meeting.
Everybody does have internet though. We're all on the internet.
Yeah.
As far as I know.
they're talking about joining the meeting. How do you join the meeting?
What's that thing that pops up?
Yeah, pop up there and say,
It's
join
not,
the meeting.
right, I mean, I've never actually done it, because I've never been on. I've heard the thing pops up.
Just pop up, join
Never
the-
seen it.
Where it
It's
sa-
ready
yeah.
now.
It's
If
ready,
you
I just
refresh,
started
yeah.
the meeting.
Where it says view agenda,
What do you
it
do? You
actually says
refresh?
join meeting.
Refresh.
And then you'll go in, so I guess we refresh. They're saying refresh.
What's the old password or the new password? For the Wi-Fi?
That's,
That little
that's your
circle thing.
computer.
Oh, you're You can vote.
Maybe, we'll see. It usually comes up
Oh,
after she
yeah.
asks me.
So I guess it's not really a pop-up. What was your vote? Everybody's good?
Should be good.
Got it, Bruce?
You can always put your own guess.
Well, she
Yeah.
just says it anyway, so.
Myra, don't run off.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay,
Or just use guessed it.
okay, join meeting. She
Oh,
finally
okay.
did, I had to think for a little bit.
Or you're gonna have to go to the page.
I think
I
you
think
got it.
I think you got it. I had to think slower than I do.
I started the meeting, so everybody should.
45 seconds to spare.
I'm glad you've seen that these days. I just could not believe forever he'd be like, how do they know the time?
They're calling the time and I'm like,
Yeah. We was doing the,
It was funny.
we was doing the board adjustments, they kept talking
He
about.
says,
they
"Where do
did
you see
meet-
the
I had to
time?"
do the meeting that
We
one
should
night.
get one
I
of
was
those nice
Trying to
big
figure out
ones
what
from
You-
the
yeah.
C4 Center.
Look at
I was
One
looking
you can
right
see from
past
up
it
the
at that
street.
one and
Yeah, yeah, I was trying to.
It's hard to
that
see
one
the
right there.
date on that one, you know.
Gosh.
I'm good. Whenever.
Okay, I'm waiting, I'm just waiting for the clock up there. All right, it's 7:30. I will call this meeting to order, and please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next thing on our agenda is roll call, please.
Mayor Terry Wycombe,
Here.
Vice Mayor Steve Sanger,
Here?
Councilmember Darrell Gardner,
Here.
Councilmember Tanya Lumen,
Here.
Councilmember Bruce Seeloff,
Here.
Councilmember Chris Weisenberg,
Here.
Councilmember Jacqueline Wells.
Here.
All right, thank you. Next thing on our agenda is the agenda. Councilman Wells?
I move to approve the city council agenda from postponed council meeting of February 21st, 2023, and regular scheduled council meeting of March 7th, 2023, as presented.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to approve the city council agenda for postponed council meeting of February 21st, 2023, and regular scheduled council meeting of March 7th, 2023 is presented. Is there any discussion? Councilman Lumen?
Go ahead, you had your hand up first.
I would like to move to add to the agenda a revote for mayor and vice mayor.
Second.
Point of order. You can't.
Can't.
It's a very specific time frame. It says exactly when you have to do it.
Okay. Can I explain why?
Because you're
No,
taking.
no, no. I want to explain why.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter, okay. But some of my constituents wanted me to at least try because Ward 2 was not completely represented in that vote.
Councilman Garner?
I'd like to make a motion to add to the agenda, to be added, before all items discussed, to place some pertinent information, from audio recordings, that I think the public and the council needs to hear.
Second?
I'm not very clear on that. Would you repeat that? I'm sorry.
I have audio recordings that I would like to play for the public and for the council, that are pertinent for moving forward with this council, from here forward.
There's been a motion made and seconded to add some audio recordings
Correct.
to the beginning of the meeting.
Correct.
Is there any further discussion?
I do have a question.
Yes, sir.
You said pertinent
Yes.
to this council
And the public.
and the public.
Correct.
Are they for discussion? What are they for? Actionable items? What are they? If they're discussion items, I can get it, but I don't, if they're actionable items, I don't get it.
I'd like to change my motion. I misworded it. It would be a call to, for a vote of no confidence on the mayor. That would be my motion for first thing on the agenda.
So do you withdraw that first motion?
Yes.
Do you accept the withdrawal
I
of that
accept the
first
withdrawal.
motion?
Yes.
Okay, and so your motion is to have a vote of no confidence for the mayor.
Correct.
Is there a second?
Second for discussion?
You can't discuss.
Oh, can't discuss it? And
No,
just second
you,
it?
you can have a vote. But you
Oh.
cannot discuss if you're not gonna have a vote or you don't have a reason for a motion.
But if he
don't have
changed
a
it,
reason for a
does it need to
motion.
be seconded?
Right, you seconded it.
Okay.
You're gonna discuss it anyway.
Okay,
It's not pertinent, it's
never
not
mind. Okay.
exactly just for
Second.
discussion. You're going to vote.
Okay.
So do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, so there's been a motion made and seconded to have a vote for no confidence on the mayor. Is there any further discussion? Councilman?
Can we get legal advice on this situation? I mean, this is unprecedented
On the motion itself,
on,
or the action being taken?
is the action that's being proposed. What would that do? What would that entail?
By Robert's Rules of Order, adding action items to an agenda at the time that the agenda is being looked at is not appropriate because no one except the person making the motion has any information about it. So the appropriate way to add something to an agenda is prior to it being published. If it were just a discussion item, that would be at the council's discretion. The action items have to be in advance so that everyone can be equally prepared for the action.
So are you saying then we need to change it to discussion item?
It can be a discussion item, it cannot be added tonight as an action item.
Could I amend my motion to be discussion then?
There you go.
Thank you.
Do you accept that as a friendly amendment?
Yes.
Okay. Been a motion made and seconded to discuss the, my mind went blank, I'm sorry. The vote of no confidence for the mayor. And I think I'll have to abstain from this. And so, is there any further discussion? Councilman Wells?
For legal purposes, what does a vote of
No confidence.
no confidence mean?
It would mean that if the majority voted of no confidence, then that seat would need to be re-voted on,
Just the seat of mayor or?
just the seat of mayor.
Okay.
I should say, not the seat, the position.
Okay.
So this motion is whether to have the discussion or not, correct? Okay, any further discussion? Please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed, the motion fails. There were 2 yeas, Councilmember Lumen and Councilmember Gardner. The nays were Councilmember Wells, Councilmember Weisenberg, Councilmember Seeloff, and Vice Mayor Sanger. The abstain was Mayor Wycombe.
All right, thank you. Next thing on, well, we have to, did we ever approve the agenda? I'm sorry.
No.
No.
No, you
Okay.
did not.
I would entertain a motion.
We already had a motion.
We
Oh,
had-
yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
Did we
it
have a
just falls-
second?
It falls back to
On
that.
my
and it-
motion,
Yes,
yeah.
it was seconded by Mr. Sanger, I believe.
Okay, I'm sorry. Is there any discussion, further discussion? Seeing none, hearing none, I would ask you to open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, thank you. The next thing on our agenda is to approve a set of minutes. Councilman Weisenberg?
I move to approve the city council regular meeting minutes of February 7th, 2023 as presented.
I'll second it.
There's been a motion made and seconded to approve the city council regular meeting minutes of February 7th, 2023 as presented. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, thank you. Next thing on our agenda is to approve the minutes of March 2nd. Do I have a Councilman Wells?
I move to approve the special city council meeting minutes of March 2nd, 2023 as presented.
Second?
There's been a motion made and seconded to approve the special city council meeting minutes of March 2nd, 2023 as presented. Is there any discussion? Yes, ma'am?
The motion needs to be remade.
No, I messed up on the last vote. I wasn't here at that meeting,
Oh, I
so
thought
I
it
need
was
to
the
abstain.
second.
I'm sorry.
My apologies.
So I'm sorry.
The previous?
Yes, I'm sorry. I need to abstain. I wasn't here.
I thought it was,
No, no,
She-
I'm sorry. I just wanted to catch it before we moved on.
Okay.
apologies.
I will go back and once we
Okay, thank
vote
you.
on this one.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 6 yeas and 1 abstain. The 1 abstain was Councilmember Weisenberg. Okay, so I'll go in and correct you out one.
Sorry, Lynn.
No,
Thank you.
that's okay. I didn't even catch it. Thank you.
Do you need a moment, Lynn, or? Okay, let me know when you're ready.
So the previous motion for the minutes of the 7th, the regular council meeting, passed with 6 yeas and 1 abstain. The 1 abstain was Councilmember Wells.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Are we ready to move on? Okay, thank you. The next thing on our agenda is a second public hearing. It is for the submission of a community development block grant for repairs and replacement to the transmission line. This is a public hearing, so if anybody has anything they would like to say about this, now is the time. All right, thank you. We'll close that public hearing and open up the next public hearing, which is also a second public hearing, submission of a community development block grant for the SCADA system, submitted for $962,951.14. Is there anybody that would like to speak to at this public hearing? Okay, seeing none, I will close that public hearing. I will open up the next public hearing, which is approval of the City of Rawlins 2023-2024 renewal of liquor licenses. Is there anybody here that would like to speak on that subject? Seeing none, I will close that public hearing and move on to the next item on our agenda, which is citizens' participation. This is a public comment period that by resolution number 2C-96 sets a 5-minute time limit for public comment. And if it has to be on something that is not on our agenda. So if there's anybody that would like to get up and speak about that, now is your time. All right, I don't see anybody that's gonna do that, so we will go to the next thing on our agenda, which is the 2022 Employee of the Fourth Quarter Award. And I will turn the floor over to you, Stephanie Paulson, who is our Human Resource Director.
Perfect, thank you, Mayor and Council. I appreciate this chance. This is always an exciting time to be able to share exciting things. We would like to announce our Employee of the Fourth Quarter 2022. Sorry, it's been a long time coming. This is going to go to Anthony Shevley. He's in our fire department. We're so excited for him. Here he is. And I'm going to turn the time over to Battalion Chief Alan Robinson. He's going to tell a little bit about Anthony.
Honored Mayor and Council, I won't bore you with all of this information. Okay, it's not all boring, but I won't read the whole letter that's here. In Anthony's short tenure, he's accomplished a lot of things with the fire department, including, but not limited to, finishing his associate's degree in fire science, fire officer 1, fire inspector 1, fire instructor 1, ADO pumper, ADO aerial, high angle confined space rescue certification, ICS 13190, which is the Wildland Red Card. Why it's hard to say today. Qualifications that he's planning on. He's scheduled to be going to hazmat technician class here before too long. He's currently enrolled in the EMT A class, constantly improving and working on his education. In the last few months, he's partnered with the State Fire Marshal's office and been instrumental in a number of our inspections and eliminating some duplicate stuff and things, and making us more efficient at what we're doing, those kind of things. Working with the schools on some deficiencies that they had with the fire system. There was a number of us involved. Anthony was involved with that. Was a key member in the muscular dystrophy drive, helping us fundraise for them. Was dispatched to a patient in cardiac arrest, immediately established an airway, performed CPR flawlessly, and executed defib efforts. The patient regained consciousness and made a full recovery without any neurological deficits. That doesn't happen very often in your career. A number of other factors and things that he's been a participant in. He's always the first to jump up and volunteer to help out. He spent last year at our water crisis that we were living that nightmare about this time of year last year. Spent a number of hours, about 80 hours straight at the fire station, those kind of things, helping out. There's been a number of things that he's been involved with. With that, Anthony Shelby. Step this way.
Cheese.
Speaking of which, he's got a
Thank you so much for your service. I really appreciate it. All right, the next thing on our agenda is Board of Adjustments, an appointment to that board. I would entertain a motion. Councilman Wells?
I move to appoint Christina Lynn to the Board of Adjustments for a term ending January 31st, 2024.
I'll second it.
There's been a motion made and seconded to appoint Christina Lynn to the Board of Adjustments for a term ending July 31st, 2024. Is there any discussion? And I should have asked, is Christina here? Okay, I will move on. Any further discussion? Councilman Weisenberg?
She was here the last time that there was some board appointments, and she had applied for this, so she did take everybody up seriously about the, being no vacancies at that point in time, and now it looks like she's reapplied, so.
Yeah, I know Christina pretty well. I think she'll do a great job on this board. Any further discussion? Okay. Online voting is open.
Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, thank you. The next thing on our, I'm lost here. Hang on a second. Okay. Next thing on our agenda is the Police Civil Service Commission, to appoint somebody to that commission, I should say, an appointment. Councilman Garner?
Move to appoint Mike Lujan to the Police Civil Service Commission for a term ending December 31st, 2025.
I'll second it.
There's been a motion made and seconded to appoint Mike Lujan to the Police Civil Service Commission for a term ending December 31st, 2025. Is there any discussion? Please open online voting.
He's here.
He's here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Michael, would you like to come up? I'm kind of doing this in backwards order, and I apologize.
Honorable Mayor and worthy councilwomen and councilmen, thanks for having me. You know, I have a passion for first responders. It's a big part of my life. And I'd like to be part of the Civil Service Commission. I think they hold our officers to a high standard. And I'd like to be part of the process that hires and retains and trains and promotes the absolute best for this city. I believe every law enforcement officer has a voice, and I'd like to help ensure that that voice is heard. So thank you for your consideration. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting is closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
Okay, thank you. Next thing on our agenda is the Shooting Range Advisory Board appointment. Councilman Wells had her hand up first, I'm sorry.
Sorry. I move to appoint Chris Acevedo to the Rawlins Community Shooting Ranges Advisory Board for a term ending June 30th, 2026.
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to appoint Chris Iacovetto to the Rawlins Community Shooting Range Advisory Board for a term ending June 30th, 2026. Is there any discussion? And Chris, would you like to speak?
No, but I will. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for the appointment, and I assume I'm being premature here a little bit. I did want to say, though, in the last 7 months or well, that I have not been on the board. I still have put in about 30 hours worth of volunteer work, attending meetings, and then more recently the Silver Bullet Tournament, just volunteering for that. But I did some research and some of my notes and that, and I have put in my 20 years of being on the board, or roughly 20 years, 2,980 hours.
Wow.
And just 20 hours short of 3,000. But if anybody does that math, 2,080 hours is a working year. So it's been quite a bit over the years. And I've got different projects. Just the walls was 1,260 hours, those green dividing walls out there. But I've got, I do thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting is closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, thank you. There's also another board seat open. I would entertain a motion for that. Councilman Weisenberg.
I move to appoint Marlon Coggins to the Rawlins Community Shooting Range Advisory Board as the first alternate for the term ending June 30th, 2025.
Second.
Been a motion made and seconded to appoint Marlon Coggins, to the Rawlins Community Shooting Range Advisory Board as the first alternate for a term ending June 30th, 2025. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
Thank you. Next thing on our agenda is City of Rawlins Personnel Policy Draft Overview. And I will turn the floor over to our Human Resource Director, Stephanie Paulson. Thank you.
Thank you. I have to tell you, I'm so excited to be able to present this to you guys tonight. Not quite as excited as was a fourth quarter person, so I'm more excited about employees. But secondly, right behind it is this one. This has been a 1.5 year long project that we've been working on, and we're finally to the point where we have something to present to council to request your input and your feedback and all of that. And I just want to put it out there that this is a draft. It has not gone through legal at this point. It hasn't gone through, this is your first opportunity to look at it. It hasn't been released to the public or anything like that at this point, because we want to be able to get council's opinions, their thoughts, their ideas, all of those things, put them all together, and then we'll go into the legal process to make sure everything's, after we have all of that input, we'll go through that process going forward. And then, after we go through the legal process, we will come back to council and have it go through the approval process. But I just wanted to put that out there right up front. But we want to be able to show you what we've come up with and what we've done. Before we go into that, I just want to go back through a little bit of the thank you to the committee and to the people who have put in so much time over this 1.5 years. We went out, like I said, a long time ago, and we went to each of the departments and asked for a representative from each of the departments, and anyone who wanted to participate from the staff to be members of that. I just really appreciate them. This is something that is totally a collaborative effort. It's not something that any one person could come up with. And I just listed the ones that we had on there: Jared Frakes, Valida Rodabaugh, Max Mehmet, Sonia Gamblin, Jason Sehan, yes, sorry, Michael Bryan, Lou Lascano, Beth Hannum, and Gail Dahl. Appreciate all their help and their feedback. It was great because we had a committee of people who were new to the city, people who had been here for a long time. And so we had a good balance, I think, there. And now we're just excited to be able to present this to council. So I have up on the screen, Myra's going to pull up for me. Sorry. One of the things that we wanted to do, there were a couple of visions and goals that we had. We wanted the policy manual to be easier to understand. Sorry, Wendy, less legalese. I needed to understand it myself. And so that was one of the things that we really wanted. The second thing, really close to follow that, is we want it easier to update. So our current policy that we're running on right now was put into place in 2008. From what I understand from those individuals on our committee, longevity, it was actually put in place in 1998. Then they made a few typographical corrections in 2008. So it really is a very old policy. So it really needed this update. And I think part of the problem that it took so long was that it was just such a huge project that people would get into it and then they'd be like, I gotta do something else, and move on to some other thing that became a need at the time. So what we wanted to do is make it easier to update. If you will open that file, please. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So we have put it into, I kind of fashioned it after the state. We put it into different sections. And each section, we put them into chapters and then sections within the chapters. And each of those sections can be relooked and updated individually and separately by council. So if you're looking at a policy, sometimes you see things that are just, they're going to be there forever. You have your EEO policy. It probably isn't going to change in 10 years or 20 years. However, a policy on technology is probably going to change every month. You know what I mean? And so we need to be able to identify those and update those quicker. And by being able to bring just that little section to council updated, it would just be easier to revise. So that was our other thing. And then the third thing, the third goal we had was, because it had been so long, there were so many things in there that are just not fitting legal rules. right now. So it needs to be changed and updated so that we fit in with what current legal things are. This is what our policy currently looks like, or this is what it currently looks like. This is what it will look like eventually, once we get all of the feedback in there. This is kind of our draft of what we're looking for. So if you will, open up one of them, doesn't really matter which one. Okay, so you can see in here, there was that chapter, and then these are the sections of that chapter. And you'll see in here, if I pull this out, it doesn't matter which one. So this would be chapter 7, and these are the sections in there. And each of the titles, each of the things are in there. You'll be able to see that as you go through. You don't have to open it into everything. But I want to give this to you. I want to know what means you would like this in. What I have are 2 different things. So I will give you access to the files so you can see them. Read-only access so you can see it on the computer. I can also give you a copy of this. Jackie's like, no, I want Okay, some people like it in paper, and that's fine too. Just let me know either way. I did put in, on our new policy, I wrote on the side where it references into our current policy, so you can cross-reference back. I also did that backwards on our current policy into our new policy. So whichever way you want to look at it, it's there. If it doesn't make sense, I can explain too.
Is that identifiable on the electronic one?
It is not on the individual ones, but at the very bottom, if you go back, right at the bottom, you can see PAFs on the very bottom. That's exactly what this is.
Okay.
So yes, so you can go
Okay.
through it and see it on here.
All right.
Because I wanted to give you every way means you can, whatever's helpful to you. And if it's not helpful and you come up with another way, we'll do it that way too. But what we'd like to do is give you some time to go through it. I know it's a big thing. Like I said, we've been working on it for a long time. And then set up a workshop where we can actually get your feedback, hear your thoughts, things that you want to do, and then we'll move forward. If we have to do multiple workshops, we can do that, whatever works for you guys.
What kind of time frame would you like us to get back with you for a workshop? And I know the next workshop or 2 or 3, or I don't know, but
Yeah.
how soon?
I would say let's not leave it too long, just
Okay, well,
because
define that in
I would say
days or
if we could do
hours.
it in 2 weeks, that would be great.
Okay.
But if that's not enough time for you, we can adjust that too.
You know,
So
we're kind of running out of workshops and stuff, so we might have to just have a special meeting and make that part of it or something.
that's fine. Yeah.
We'll have,
Okay, we can
we'll
talk.
have to talk about
Yep.
that.
Whatever you guys want to do, but I just wanted to present that tonight, tell you how excited I am about it, and yay. And kind of share our thoughts and ideas. So, all right.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
just want to thank you. That is a huge undertaking, and I can already tell it's 20 times better than what we had, so.
Thank you. I hope so. I hope so.
And how-
I'm excited about it.
How do we let you know how we get it? I would
Yeah.
be okay getting it electronically, and
Okay.
I don't know.
That's how I would like it.
I'd rather have the paper.
You want paper? Okay.
I'd like paper.
Paper? Okay, paper, electronic. Electronic, electronic. Paper. Okay, all right. I will have them in your boxes tomorrow, and I will have it emailed out to the rest of you. Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next thing on our agenda is Board of Adjustments, Councilman Seeloff. Your board?
We're set up for our next meeting, I believe it's next week, or for our first meeting for this year to elect officers and all that, so we haven't had a meeting since last fall, so.
Okay. The next one is Carbon County Council of Governments. That's a board I sat on, and we did have a couple postponements because of the roads and whatnot. We finally had a virtual meeting, and it went very well. We got some reports from the fire district mostly that they're moving along and trying to get that going. And there wasn't really a whole lot more discussed at COG, but there are things coming down the pike, so I'll keep you informed as we go. The next thing on the agenda is DDA Main Street. That's a board that Vice Mayor Sanger sits on.
Yeah, we had a meeting on February 28th. We covered Sweet Sorbet, mostly our impressions of it and what we can do to improve it. We don't have final numbers in yet for money because it keeps coming, which is not a bad thing. And then we received an update for Summerfest, which is Adventures in Summer, which is everything that goes on in Carbon County, not just here, but we'll be celebrating it in the downtown area, everything that goes on down here. We had more discussion about the downtown lighting project, trying to minimize impacts to individual buildings by not touching them, and what the electrical needs would be and what other costs we would have for that. That's a project, the lighting project's been going on since 2012, where we've been gathering money for that lighting project. And then today, the DDA was the sponsor for the Leadership Wyoming adventure in driving vehicles through bumpy snow. So that's about it.
Okay, thank you. The next thing on our agenda is the Rawlins Planning Commission. That's a board that Councilman Weisenberg sits on.
Yeah, we had canceled our last meeting. Our next meeting is scheduled, I believe, for the 14th of this month, so I'll have a report the next time we have these.
Okay, thank you. The next thing on our agenda is Urban Systems Committee. That's a committee that Councilman Garner sits on.
No update.
All right. So we will go to the next thing on our agenda is Carbon County Economic Development Corporation quarterly update. And I will turn the floor over to you, Yvonne.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. I don't know if you had time to look over my report that was sent over. Still pretty lengthy. This quarter has been kind of quiet due to the weather, but still moving along, progressing. We're working on a hotel, one thing for Rawlins, 121 rooms with swimming pool and meeting rooms. Possibly for about 150 is what we're looking at. So talks are going on now. Probably won't have a concrete answer of not until later this spring. So, but that's been, it's pretty exciting. We do have a groundbreak of 20 rooms in Saratoga. That will be happening here in about 6 to 8 months. I will be having a meeting with Cobblestone, which is, they are a hotel chain that specializes in rural communities, and we're still trying to work. Saratoga is still looking for another hotel. We're working on Hannah as well. So then plus this big one for Rawlins. I'm really hoping that we can make that happen. Let's see. I don't want to go through everything. I hope that you've read. Working very closely with Wyoming Workforce, doing some training presentations with different entities, new businesses that are up and coming, and trying to get them employees. It's been a challenge for them as well. Let's see, you guys. Very exciting news over in Hannah. As you know, Boys and Girls Club had their grand opening, and Senator Barrasso was a guest speaker. He was absolutely phenomenal, talking to pretty much, well, it was the whole school, K through 12. and gave a very nice speech about our future and the importance of their education. And so got a report yesterday. Boys and Girls Club over there has 26 students, 4 that are teenagers that work there that are paid, and they got their CPR certification yesterday, and then 2 admin and then 2 volunteers. It's going well for them. I don't want to, do I need to go through all of it?
No.
Okay. Guys, there's so much. Okay, so our annual meeting is either going to be in August or September, and we are going to be working with One Real Media House, and they are going to do a video on economic development in Carbon County. So we will be getting with our mayors. We're going to have snippets of people that work in industry and live and what they do on their off time, their playtime. So recreation, tourism, all of it, everything, healthcare, it's all going to be in about a 10-minute presentation. And Copper came up with the name Bring Your Business, Bring Your Family. So what we're going to try to do this year, there's still a lot of question of what economic development is. What is it that I actually do? And so we're going to make this more of a public, really try to gather more of the public to come in, not just our investors, and open that up, and we'll see how that goes. I do have a spring lecture series that is going to be coming up that might help. They'll be basically early in the morning, 1 hour before work, so 7:30 in the morning. And so we'll have an Economic Development 101. Betsy Hale from Cheyenne will be the speaker for that. Ashley Harpstreet, which will be with Wyoming taxpayers. Robin
Taylor.
Robin, is it Sessions? Wyoming Workforce. She's the big cheese. And one more, and I can't remember right off the top of my head. But I'm looking forward to that. So we're going to do one a month and 4 times. So I hope that it isn't an event that's going to be, the goal is to pack the room. This is just for your information. If you're wanting to come before work, have breakfast with us and listen to the speakers. Okay.
Yvonne, when is that going to be?
I'm just in the planning stages, but we'll do in the spring. Yep.
Okay.
Yep, before the summer flies. Let's see, we did leadership today, absolutely fabulous day today, even though I was popping in and out. I've already gotten feedback and everyone really enjoyed. Thank you to the city staff for your help and letting us use your basement as well. We are going to be doing Industry Day for Carbon County Fair again, and I'm looking forward to that and hopefully bring in some different companies. I am working with R Plus Energy, which is, you're going to start hearing a little bit more about them. That's the Seminole Dam project, projecting to be breaking ground between 2 years. And then an operation could be up to 3 to 5. One other thing, just recently, WRRC, the recycle plant, that is on the table. And we did have a meeting this last week, and some contracts are being drawn up to help for funding. We will be looking for another location, and so, but it's going forward. Yes, sir.
I just want to tell you thank you for all that you do, because you reach out to everybody in the community, and it's awesome. And
Thank you.
you bring a lot to the table, and just
Thank you.
it's very appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. It is a lot of work, you guys. Looking forward to working with Pam a little more too. I just heard today, so that's going to be good. We'll get some good partnership going on here. Okay. Thank you.
Yvonne, thank you. Appreciate
And
all
thank
your
you
hard
for your
work.
funding. I might ask for a little bit more money. Just a little bit. I already asked the commissioners.
Wait, ask Bruce.
Thank you.
Thank you, Yvonne. All right. So let's see, the next thing on our agenda is city manager and staff's report.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council. As we've been working on our financial reporting, we've been trying to get monthly budget reports out. We have a new report. It's a workforce labor report, and so I would invite Stephanie Paulson to come up, and she has that to kind of go in with you a little bit.
Sorry, you're gonna get sick of me. We have lots of fun things to share.
Lots of hats to wear, huh?
I know. Do you mind if I?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, so this is a new report that we developed this year. This is kind of a summary of the 2022, kind of a summary of our workforce and what's going on within our workforce. Kind of looking at some things in the future, some things that we have currently. So if you turn to the first page is, which is page 3, it goes through our staffing and recruitment. It goes through a 5-year analysis of what we have had on our for employees, full-time and part-time, and in which departments and where things are. This is something that we go through every year with budget, but I don't know that we've seen it as a 5-year ratio, but so we put it on as that. Also did some other little fun charts because I like pictures. So if you want to look through that. I'm going to have you jump forward to page 5. This one has to do with recruitments, but I'd like you to go to the resignation portion of that. Because we do have some hiring. Yeah, you can hand those out, sorry. You can hand them through if you want. The first part is recruitment, and we go through the things that we have. We've had, it looks like 50 people were hired throughout the city to fill vacated positions or new positions, and I can't remember if they were new in 2022. I don't know, my brain is too much stuff going on tonight. But we've filled 50 positions. Most of those were vacated. We had an application density. We actually had 609 applicants for those positions. I just kind of did some calculations on that one. Application density, I took out the high ones and the low ones and made it an average kind of thing. We had about 14 applicants per position, which is a great thing in a small town to be able to have that many applicants. Going into the resignations portion, these are employees that resigned throughout the year. We had 26 employees who left the city in 2022 for various reasons. This is, I'm glad to say, is down from 2021. 2021 had 36 who resigned. So we're down 10, so we're going on the right pathway going forward. Most of those employees that resigned came out of our community development department, which I'm sorry about that. It's changed every year which department was affected the most. This year was community development. An interesting little fact with that is we had a decline in both, my glasses. I know where I'm going. There we go. Two things that are new. The majority of the employees that were leaving. Majority of employees leaving in the city of Rawlins were for new employment opportunities. These employment opportunities came from two different areas. So one was from individuals who actually moved out of Rawlins, or those individuals who stayed in Rawlins and found other employment. So between those, we have those who moved for new employment or those who found new employment. So we had 7 who found new employment within Rawlins, 5 who moved to another place for employment. And I just think that's an interesting thing to look at. The next one, if you go on to the next page, page 7, this is one thing that we in HR world look really heavily on, and finance also. This is our turnover ratio. So this is the number of employees that resign throughout the year compared to how many employees we have. Our turnover rate in 2022 was 27.5%. This is down, once again, from 2021, which was 36.9%. And you can see on the bottom of that page down here, sorry, I have my little Post-it notes, but down there, you can see the orange line on the top is the national average for turnover rate. That usually goes around, or is currently going around 47%, which is a pretty high, it seems really high, but that is actually how it's been over several years. You can see that on there. Our line is the green line. We went up pretty high, and now we're headed back down. The yellow line on the bottom is government, local and state governments. Usually they have a more stable workforce, and so their turnover rate isn't as high. So you can just see that. So one thing that we did a little bit of an analysis on, according to LinkedIn, it costs a company on average $57,000 to replace an employee. So adding that up, it adds to a lot financially. So that's something we really want to work on moving down in order to save costs over time. So, all right. So the next one, if you go to page 8, you'll see this is for non-exempt employees. This is overtime and comp time. So this shows the amount of time that individuals are working above and beyond your regular 40-hour week type thing. And this does not include exempt employees. I just want to make sure that we put that in there. You will see in there increases over the 5 years of that type of thing. One of the departments that you'll see is the highest and has been the highest for quite some time is our police department. They are currently understaffed. We're working on trying to get more staffing for them. They're currently 4 officers down. Am I correct in that, Mike? 4? 4 officers down. And so having our officers cover that those vacancies just really is difficult for them, and thus they were put on mandatory overtime in 2018 and haven't been off of that yet. And so that's a really, really hard thing for them, and I commend them for all that they do and continue to do to serve us, because we depend on law enforcement. So there you go, there's that one. Then if you'll turn to page 10 goes into, this is something looking forward. So now we have the data. Now we want to look forward into like succession planning and retention and those types of things. And so these are some things to look at with that. The first one is the average years of service. So this shows how long our employees have worked in which department and what we're looking for, or what we're looking at that longevity type thing. The next one talks about retirement. So this is one that we need to look forward in planning ahead in order to get that information from them so that we know how to move forward, because they have such awesome information from working here, the longevity within the city. So we're actually looking at 20 of our employees right now are eligible to retire, which is a very significant number of our workforce. And looking in the future, within 5 years, we're looking at 39 individuals who are eligible to retire. Now, that is not necessarily they're going to retire. Some are just eligible. So for like our police department and our fire department, they have the opportunity to retire after 20 years of service. So that is in there. We hope that they don't, because we need them and we love them, as we love all our employees. But you can just see by department, we have some very high ratios of employees that are eligible for retirement, and I just think it's really important for us to look at that and just prepare for the future in that way. And the next one is just a fun one for benefits analysis. This is generational diversity, so looking at different generations. We know across the board, this doesn't go with every individual person, but across the board, different generations have different values and value systems. And so as we look at benefits and structure and maybe our schedules and training and those types of things, it's really important to meet those values so that we can retain that workforce. And so knowing how we shake out, so to speak, that's what that's all about. So that is our workforce report. Just some really great information to look at as we go forward. So, anything you want to say, Tom? Okay, all right. Any questions for me?
Good reading. This is very interesting.
Thank
Can't wait
you.
to
This
go
is
home and digest it a little bit.
Perfect. It's been fun to do, actually, so.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. A lot of that information we're going to use to set organizational goals, and that will lead right into budgetary amounts that you'll find in the budgets. And a lot of that's going to go back to those statistics and those factors. So, on February 28th, last Tuesday, the State Loan Investment Board approved our ARPA 3 grant application for the amount of $917,000. So that's something that we can celebrate. What we will do with that is replace some of the spring boxes and the junction boxes up to Sage Creek Springs on our water line. So anyway, that was approved. That brings our total amount of grants that we've received towards our water line to $3,553,000. So that is a good thing when we get going on our water line. We're getting pretty close to where we need to get operations going on it before we see too many more, just because of the administration of these grants. It takes a lot to administer. So anyway, that's where we're at on the grants. Those are a good thing. As the legislature closed for the year, they were able to pass House Bill 185. And within House Bill 185, it is the direct distributions to the cities. And from a previous legislature, there was $7.5 million that was to be added to the direct distribution from a prior year. And the city's portion of that, as estimated by Wham, these are their estimates, is $53,000 off of that. And in the current year, the legislature added $26,250,000 to that. So if we use the same formula that arrived at the $53,000, that will be an additional $186,000 to our direct distribution. Add those two together, it'll be an increase of about $239,000 that we'll be able to add to our revenue. And those are estimates basically from Wham. So I will get that into the budget. budget preparation, I want to report that I have met with all the department heads for the first go-around, and they have presented all of their asks that they would like. And I've worked on the revenue side of it as well, and I have put those two together. And what I would like to do fairly soon is schedule a special meeting so that I could present a draft of the budget to the council so that you know where we stand at that time. And I think it's important to have that before we get too far into projects and into some of the other things that we do. So I am working on that draft, and when I have that, I will work through the mayor to see when we could have a special meeting so that I could present that to the council. And then get further direction at that time as to where the council would like to go with the budget. I do know that we need to schedule a special meeting so that we could hear from the nonprofit organizations that we fund. And so what I would suggest for that is a date of April 19th. That would just be a suggestion. If that is acceptable, we will send out letters to the nonprofits and schedule that time. So I'll just need to know within the next couple days if we need to schedule a different date, so I will communicate with the council over that. One other special meeting that I would recommend would be a 2-day meeting where I would have department heads present to the council where we're at on current year projects, just as to where we're at and what the possibilities would be for next year's budget. And then I'd like to follow that up with a clean slate and let the council fill in the priorities and those things that you would like to see, kind of based upon those recommendations. So those are the things looking forward that I would recommend. That's my report.
Okay, sounds good. Just let us know a little bit ahead of time, and then I can send out requests to the council or whatever to see what days work for them best and whatnot.
Okay.
And we'll get her done. Thank you, Tom. Next thing on our agenda is direction from city council to city manager and... Okay, but it's not on our agenda. City attorney? Okay, all right.
This is supposed to fall under Tom's, but I forgot to tell him that I was gonna do it.
Okay.
I have progress on the Muni Code contract. I have received the contract and I'm reviewing it for Tom's approval. That is the company that does the validation and recodification of our ordinances and publishes them.
Oh.
I am finally down to contract level. That's the good news. The bad news is they are behind and ours will not be guaranteed to start until January of '24. If they get more people brought on board before that, if we jump in the queue now, they can start us earlier. But it's at least an 18-month just to get the codes that we have now formatted and vetted before they send us the recommendations for updates. But that's on the books. I have also contacted another company. It's called Just FOIA or Just FOIA. As you know, I am the public records ombudsman for the city. Sometimes, because that's me and the other things that I do, sometimes FOIA requests are delayed or not done as quickly as they should be. This company does nothing but FOIA requests. They have contracts with the federal government, several state and local governments. They basically have a electronic processing system and tracking system for public records requests, which includes redaction, tracking through the system and deadlines, and it can also give us some good data on what kind of requests we're getting and the average time it's taking. So it's a process that involves all departments being worked into it, and it will streamline the public records request process so that we can actually get it done quicker and more efficiently and be able to track them better. One other thing it has is an archive ability, so if we see that we're getting one kind of request repeatedly, we can actually archive that information and let people know that, hey, if what you need is not in the archive, then you can make a new request, but it might cut down on some of the requests as well. So.
All sounds good for the future.
Working on it.
All right. Are we done?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
you bet. Next thing on our agenda is direction from City Council, the City Manager, and City Attorney. Does anybody have anything? I'll start with Councilman Lumen.
In reading some of the things that passed at the state level, there was one on the buying of vehicles that the cities can now decide if a bond is needed or not. I was hoping that we could follow up on that, and so, because I know in the past we've had local companies who wanted to sell us a vehicle, but they didn't feel they could come up with the bond. And if we can let them do that, that would be awesome. The other thing I have, you mentioned about the nonprofits and them coming. I noticed in the packet that we got, some of them would show us an audit and some of them wouldn't. Do we require them to show us kind of their budget or not?
I believe that they do bring in a financial statement or an audit, so that
Okay.
you will be able to see where those funds have been expended in the past.
Okay, and then we'll be able to talk to them directly?
Correct.
Correct. All right, that was all I had.
One question for Tom is, on the city bus, did we get the price for the wrap on it? So we can see what we're doing with it, so that we can get the bus coming?
On what's that?
We approved for the bus for the city,
Yes,
and they were supposed to find out the expense for putting the wrap on it and stuff on it, so we
the
could,
decals.
Yeah.
And those things, yes, we did get that.
okay, so do we have to approve that or not?
I can email to the council what that would look like.
Okay, I just didn't want to hold the bus up.
Yep.
So,
No,
okay, and I've,
yeah, I've got that, and I will share
okay,
that.
okay.
Yeah.
And then for the city attorney, I'd like to know if we have a timeline on chapter 19, coming back for, so we can get it going. It's just, we got short summers and it's quite a while before we get it even finished up, even after we get it back, so.
I believe it's on the agenda for the meetings next week for a review, but it depends on how that review goes as to when the council will get it.
Yeah,
But it has been redlined and it has been submitted to different members for vetting, and we should be looking at it next week.
okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Councilman Garner?
This information I need to share with the council, is this a time I can share? I mean, in the past, council members, they say whatever they want at this time. When does council get to talk about issues that are being brought to them? Is this it?
That question was for you, Wendy.
This is supposed to be direction to the council and from the council to the city manager and city attorney, so my first instinct would be no, this wouldn't be the appropriate time unless it's something you want to give me to review.
I don't want to give you anything to review. We've never happened. So, Mike, I don't know. We need to add this to the agenda where council can discuss something that's been brought to their attention. This item that has been brought to my attention happened right before the meeting. It is not something that should be taken lightly. It should be discussed. It needs to be discussed. And it's on social media. I
leave it to the mayor's discretion.
You might go for it.
Okay, then I'm gonna play the audio. I apologize. I closed my phone from the previous conversation. So from my understanding, from what I've read, this is a investigation that was put on by DCI, investigating an instance the mayor was involved in. It is an audio recording of the mayor saying he would have blown away the officer at his door.
Point
if
of
the
order here.
officer
Point
had-
of order, stop a minute.
I have the floor. You
This,
gave me permission to talk.
the mayor does have the right to interrupt a speaker. That is a fact.
Go ahead.
What he is talking about was a complaint that was turned into DCI. DCI fully investigated it, turned that information into the county attorney, who has let it be known there will be no charges filed, so there was nothing going on. And I think what is about to be presented is absolutely 100% unethical and uncalled for.
Unethical would be saying you want to shoot an officer if he does his job.
I would have to ask how this actually applies to public business and the
Because-
council as a whole.
Because as a council, we are over you guys, correct? And underneath you is the police department. And as a council, we are held to the highest standard. And if we have admitted that on recording that we would have shot an officer if he did his job, how can we sit up here with that person, feel safe, knowing that an officer life wasn't even safe, and this is a person that works directly for them?
Considering that it's already been investigated by an outside agency and the jurisdictional authority has chosen not to press charges, I believe that this is inappropriate for this meeting.
How?
It has absolutely no relevance to public business at this time.
As public safety.
That happened 3.5 years ago. The incident he's talking about, I was not a city councilman at that time.
You were a city councilman when you bragged about shooting a cop.
I never shot a cop in
Not shooting a
life.
cop,
I
I'm
married
sorry.
one,
Not
but,
shooting
and
a
I'm
cop.
related to
Point of
some.
order. Point of order. This isn't a discussion for a fight. We just need to move on
It's
with
not a
public.
fight.
This has turned
It's
into an
public
argument. We
concern.
just need to move on with the public
It's-
business that's on the agenda at this point in time.
It's public concern.
This is not on the agenda. It's been vetted by our legal to say not.
Then I have
let's
another
go
one.
on.
I have another one. I have an audio recording as well for a threat on my personal, against me
That
from
is
the
a
mayor.
personal matter that you need to find legal representation for. It's not for public business.
So he's my coworker.
It is not a public business matter. It is between two people. It's not appropriate in this forum.
Is this not the city council's, like,
It's,
portion?
if you want to speak, There may be a time for that, but to be honest with you, this is not the time.
Can I
So-
give him my time to speak?
This is for city business, this is not for disputes between two parties.
It's not a dispute. It's,
This is regarding your public.
my coworker threatened bodily injury to me because I'm not in line, I'm not getting in line. That's business, this business.
No, it is a dispute between two persons, it is not city business, and it's not appropriate at this time, however.
Move on, please.
All right, so the next thing on the agenda is an executive session?
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
So if I'm at work and I have problems with a coworker, we have an HR department. However, because we're a council and we're voted, if that comes up, who do we go to?
You can either address it in executive session, or you can take it up civilly with an attorney between the two of you, but it is definitely not public business.
But it would, but the.
Neither are
it-
HR matters.
Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
HR matters are also confidential, so.
The public concern about this issue is not business.
We had public comment section, and no one came up to speak.
I have a question.
All right, so the next thing on our agenda is an executive session. I would entertain a motion. Councilman Wells?
Oh, no. Move to go into executive session at 8:48 PM per Wyoming statute 164405 to consider or receive any information classified as confidential by law, and to consider the appointment, employment, right to practice, or dismissal of a public officer, professional person, or employee, or to hear complaints or charges brought against an employee, professional person, or officer, unless the employee, professional person, or officer requests a public hearing. The governing body may exclude from it any public or private hearing during the examination of a witness, any or all other witnesses in the matter being investigated. Following the hearing or executive session, the governing body may deliberate on its decision in executive session.
I'll second.
Been a motion made and seconded to go into executive session at 8:48. Is there any discussion? Please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting is closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, thank you.
Obviously.
We should leave our phones up here.
Oh, yeah.
He's not, but.
Are we going downstairs? Phone right there?
I heard you did one.
been doing something.
I didn't know for sure.
Can we just do a voice one? I
Okay.
am so sorry.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. All right.
Honorable
It-
Mayor, who was the second? My apologies.
Councilman Seeloff,
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I am so sorry. Can we?
was there anything discussed in executive session that was improper? Hearing none, we will go on to the next thing on our agenda, which is to approve a set of minutes. Councilman,
Payroll.
Sorry, payroll.
Payroll.
10C.
10C is payroll, yes.
Down in the bottom down there.
wait a minute here. Oh, I'm on the wrong executive session. Jeez Louise. Councilman Wells, sorry.
I move to approve the January 29th, 2023 through February 11th, 2023 payroll register for $242,371.
Second?
Excuse me, there's been a motion made and seconded to approve the January 29th, 2023 through February 11th, 2023 payroll register in the amount of $243,371. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting is closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, thank you. Next thing on our agenda is another payroll. Councilman Wells?
I move to approve the February 12th, 2023 through February 25th, 2023 payroll register for $256,866.20.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Been a motion made and seconded to approve the February 12th, 2023 through February 25th, 2023 payroll register in the amount of $256,866.20. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting is closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, next thing on our agenda is another payroll. Councilman Garner?
It's highlighted on D. We are on E, correct?
Right.
Okay. Move to approve the accounts payable register for the period of January 21st, 2023 to February 15th, 2023 in the amount of $374,000 or $374,267.12.
Second.
Been a motion made and seconded to approve the accounts payable register for the period of January 21st, 2023 to February 15th, 2023 in the amount of $374,267.12. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, the next thing on our agenda is to approve another payroll, or accounts payable, excuse me. Councilman Wells?
I move to approve the accounts payable register for the period of February 10th, 2023 to February 28th, 2023 in the amount of $115,788.50.
Second.
Been a motion made and seconded to approve the accounts payable register for the period of February 10th, 2023 to February 28th, 2023 in the amount of $115,788.50. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting is closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, thank you. The next thing on our agenda is to approve the USDA Rural Development Certification and Incumbency Form. Councilman Lumen.
I would like to move to approve the certification of incumbency form from the USDA Rural Development Application for the City of Rawlins Water Rehabilitation Project and have Mary Terry Wycombe, interim city manager / finance director, Thomas Sarve, public works director, William Cody Dill, and city engineer, Austin Gilbert, sign for the City of Rawlins.
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to approve the certification and incumbency form from the USDA Rural Development Application for the City of Rawlins Water Rehabilitation Project and have Mayor Terry Wycombe, myself, interim city manager / finance director Thomas Sarvey, and public works director William Cody Dill, and city engineer Austin Gilbert sign for the City of Rawlins. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open online voting.
Hold on one moment, please. No. See you all. Okay, online voting is open. Sorry about that. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, thank you. The next thing on the agenda is item H, which is to approve Edinburgh Street Agreement. Vice Mayor Sanger.
I move to proceed with the amendment from Western Water Consultants, Inc., engineering professional services to complete the design of Edinburgh Street.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to proceed with the amendment from Western Water Consultants, Inc., WWC Engineering Professional Services to complete the design of Edinburgh Street. Is there any discussion?
I've actually done some research on this, and my only concern is the legal aspect because of what we went out for our 6-penny project for. When we went out to the voters, what did we announce versus what we're giving them in the end product? So I would like some clarification on that portion because I don't want to mislead the voters that voted for that 6-penny project. I understand we don't have as much money because of inflation, but there is a discrepancy there, and I think that we need to look into that further legally. Does that make sense?
Yes, I cannot answer that question right this second. I don't know how urgent this is, but I am more than happy to take a look at the ballot question and get back.
Yeah, because I had two varying opinions. One was a legal person reached out to me about it and said we absolutely can't do that. And then I asked another professional today, and they said as long as that was under what we were doing and not more money, then we should be fine. But I just think we need to get some clarification on that legally to see if we can even do that, because what we went out for is different than what we're doing, if that makes sense.
Dollars?
Yeah, so like we advertised when we voted as for the 6-penny project, this project, but how detailed did we go into it versus, you know what I mean?
How generic was the ballot?
Financially or-
Yeah, financially, are we allowed, because we told the voters we were gonna do this project, but
If you're talking about financially, as long as the money goes to a 6-penny project, that was voted for.
Yeah, but,
It can be allocated in any way.
but the project changed is my,
Okay, so you're talking
yes.
about then the actual
Yes.
specifications of
Yes.
the job. That I'll have to
Vote versus what we voted for.
Austin, can you shed any light on that at all?
Honorable Mayor, City Council, I'd like to quickly read to you what's on the ballot
Okay.
that had been approved,
Yes.
if I may. Okay, I can read the important sections here of discussion. The ballot included $12,193,076 to Rawlins for street, water, sanitary sewer, drainage, and landscaping improvements. And then under Edinburgh, it says rebuild water or sanitary sewer improvements, Edinburgh Street from Danvale to Murray Street, including utility replacements and the addition of storm sewer improvements. And in that sense, the scope hasn't changed, and the dollar amounts are moving around because the economy's changing, and
Yeah.
but overall the scope has been the same. It's just that the overall early understanding of city staff was that we would pave on private property, and that's not a common practice.
Sure. I just don't want to be misleading, you know.
Understood,
versus-
Honorable Mayor.
Yeah.
Is there any, I apologize, I don't have the ballot in front of me. It simply says to fix it, utilities from Edinburgh to,
Yeah,
sorry.
if I may, Honorable Mayor, it says the, to rebuild, no water or sanitary sewer improvements, Edinburgh Street from Dunfell to Murray Street, including utility replacements and the addition of storm sewer improvements.
Okay, so there wasn't any supplemental information though that went out to the public that anybody's aware of the full scope of the project?
So,
Do you understand what I'm trying?
I kind of
Yes.
do, but I
Okay.
will tell you the overriding, and correct me if I'm wrong, Wendy, the overriding importance is what was on the question asked on the
On the
ballot.
actual ballot, okay.
Period.
Yes.
because your sale material, when you were originally selling the project, is not that.
Yes,
It's an
yes.
entire pamphlet with all this description and
Yes.
stuff. That's not what's on the ballot.
Okay,
So
I
as
just
long
wanna
as
make
you're
sure.
within the scope of the ballot.
It falls in scope of the ballot question.
Yeah.
okay. That's all I needed to know.
Are there any other questions of Austin? Councilman Weisenberg?
I thought this project had a bunch of the engineering that was already completed.
Honorable Mayor, the project had been designed to completion for advertisement for construction, but the city did not have the easements from Saddleback Properties to be able to pave on those roads or to have utilities on the road for Edinburgh Road, as it's called. We have Edinburgh Street, which is public land, and then Edinburgh Road, which is private. And so the scope would be to change this amendment is to go back and rework the tabulation of quantities so that when the contractor bids, they know the right amount of asphalt now that we're not paving on private property.
Okay. Any other questions? Councilman Garner?
Wendy, you said you're 100% sure we're within the scope of the work with what we're doing here?
It matches the ballot question, yes.
It does, okay.
Do you have a specific?
No, I just want to make sure because I was just going to suggest maybe we table it for a closer review from you.
Okay.
If you're 100%, then I
Yeah,
won't
I
suggest
just
that.
reread the ballot question and it matches the scope of the project.
Any further questions? Please open online voting. Thank you, Austin.
Online voting is open. Online voting is closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, thank you. The next thing on our agenda is changing the current agenda. Councilman Lumen?
I move to approve changing the current city council agenda to a city council consent agenda starting on April 4th, 2023, regular city council meeting.
Second it.
Been a motion made and seconded to approve changing the current city council agenda to a city council consent agenda on April 4th, 2023, regular city council meeting. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting is closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, thank you. The next one, Councilman Wells.
You like the long ones, don't you?
I motion to approve the renewal of the following liquor licenses for the licensing period of April 1st, 2023 to March 31st, 2024. 307 Horse Racing, Inc., doing business as 307 Horse Racing, retail liquor license number 95. Anong's Thai Cuisine, LLC, DBA, Anong's Thai Cuisine, restaurant liquor license number 135. Aspen House Restaurant, LLC, doing business as Aspen House Restaurant, restaurant liquor license number 101. What the Buck, LLC, doing business as Buck Sports Grill, retail liquor license number 83. Cappy's J&K, Inc., doing business as Cappy's Restaurant, retail liquor license number 93. Dillon Companies, LLC, doing business as City Market number 12, retail liquor license number 84. A&D Martinez Management, Inc., doing business as County 6 Bar and Grill, retail liquor license number 86. Hospitality Partners of Wyoming, Inc., doing business as Econo Lodge of Rawlins, retail liquor license number 138. Ichiban Japanese Steakhouse, Inc., doing business as Ichiban Japanese Steakhouse, retail liquor license number 87. BPO Elks number 609, doing business as Rawlins BPO Elks number 609, retail limited retail fraternal club, liquor license number 78. Uplift Enterprises, Inc., doing business as Hole in the Wall Bar, retail liquor license number 88. Korean Shrine Temple, doing business as Korean Shrine Temple, limited retail fraternal club, liquor license number 104. Come and Go LC, doing business as Come and Go number 966, retail liquor license number 85. La Abuelito Mexican Restaurant LLC, doing business as La Abuelita, Mexican Restaurant, liquor license number 136. Mini Mart Inc., doing business Loaf and Jug number 124, retail liquor license number 82. Christie's Inc., doing business as Michael's Big City Bar and Grill, retail liquor license number 91. Nothing to Whine About LLC, doing business as Nothing to Whine About, retail liquor license number 96. Rock Creek Hospitality LLC, doing business as Peppermill Bar and Grill, retail liquor license number 89. City of Rawlins, doing business as The Ranch, limited retail golf club, liquor license number 131. Rifleman Club Bar LLC, doing business as Rifleman Club Bar, retail liquor license number 59. Shogun's Pizzeria LLC, doing business as Shogun's Pizzeria and Bar, retail liquor license number 100. Josh Nick Co. LLP, doing business as Sinker Stores number 213, retail liquor license number 111. Stinker Stores Co. Inc., doing business as Stinker Stores number 215, retail liquor license number 98. Candy Mountain LLC, doing business as Sunnyside Liquor, retail liquor license number 99. Sunluck Inc., doing business as Tea Cake Spirits and Saloon, retail liquor license number 92. And Cotton Tree Management Inc., doing business as Turnbuckle Best Western, retail liquor license number 94.
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to renew the following liquor licenses for the licensing period of April 1st, 2023 to March 31st, 2024. They are license number 95, license number 135, number 101, number 83, number 93, number 84, number 86, number 138, number 87, number 78, number 88, number 104, number 85, number 136, number 82, license number 91, and number 96, number 89, number 131, number 59, number 100, number 111, number 98, number 99, license number 92, and number 94. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open online. Did you have discussion? I'm sorry.
I had just a question on the two that are not going to be renewed. The owners didn't have
The
any.
Pizza Hut one is a restaurant, and there's plenty of those available, and they opted not to renew at this time. So they can come back anytime in the future, and they have in the past, the last couple years, they've not renewed, and they've taken out a new liquor application, and we've approved it. The other one is the Rustic Mountain down at Days Inn. His liquor license actually is a resort liquor license, and the council parked it back in October of last year. Due to him not being compliant for a resort liquor license, he needs a restaurant. And the code officer, Brian Markey, and myself stopped by there last Friday, and they still do not have a restaurant operational. And his paperwork, we've been going back and forth. He does not reside here in Wyoming. He resides in another state. So it will, under the advice of the liquor division, they said just let it expire, then we're not under a time strain for being a park. And then he can definitely reapply, just like it's a resort, and we have plenty of those too. They're not like a retail one that we have a certain number available. So
All right.
I have been in contact with the liquor division with both of them, and they have all the documentation that they need. So they were fine with everything, as long as you guys are too, because they are your liquor license.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further discussion? Please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting is closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, thank you. The next thing on our agenda is the Wyoming Association of Municipalities. They give away awards every year, and this is our chance to nominate someone for some of those awards. So does anybody have a nomination that we can move forward to Wham?
You want us to pick them individually, or do you want us to go from top to bottom?
Well,
I don't have one.
any which way you want to do it.
I don't have one for the first one.
Okay,
Does anybody
just any of them you got.
Does anybody have anything for the first? It would be easier if we kind of
Okay.
go
Does
numerical.
Does anybody have
Just 'cause
anybody
of
for
my
the
motions, the
Bartley
way they're-
Skinner Award? It talks about that on, down below on the content as to what that award would be about. Again, does somebody have a nomination for the Bartley Skinner Award? Seeing none, we'll move to the next item,
Thank you.
which is the honorary member of Wyoming Association of Municipalities. Does somebody have a nomination for that? Councilman Weisenberg?
I'd move to nominate Dabari Martinez for honorary member of Wyoming Association of Municipalities, Wham, for 2023.
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to nominate Dabari Martinez for honorable member of Wyoming Association of Municipalities for 2023. Is there any discussion? Councilman Weisenberg?
I just think it's a this is for past elected officials or staff members. Dabari Martinez has served on this council for 40 plus years. I think it'd be a good nomination for Wham to consider. I think he would be in the running for that. So that's the reason I'm nominating him.
I agree. Is there any further discussion? Please open on online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, thank you. The next thing is, do we have anybody to make a motion to nominate for the Community Hero Award through Wyoming Association of Municipalities? Councilman Lumen?
I would like to move to have our Parks and Recreation to be nominated for all the work that they did on the skate park and the dog park.
The whole department or a person?
Yes.
It says, or a group in your community, so.
Yep, so I just needed
Just say
something
group.
in the motion. So are you doing Parks and Rec, or are you doing an individual? So I can.
Parks and Rec.
Okay, thank you. I just need to know for your motion.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay. Been a motion made and seconded to nominate our Rawlins Parks and Rec Department for the Community Hero Award through Wyoming Association of Municipalities for 2023. Is there any discussion, any further discussion? Please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, thank you. The next thing on our agenda is a nomination for the Wham Summer Convention Scholarship Application in Cody. Do I have a motion, Vice Mayor Sanger?
Yeah, I would move to nominate Miss Lynn to be our scholarship to go to that event.
1 second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to nominate our own very Lynn, our very own Lynn, I should have said, for the Wham Summer Convention Scholarship Application in Cody, Wyoming, which is June 7th through the 9th in 2023. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting is closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas. Thank you
Good,
very
I hope
much.
you get it. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very sweet of you.
All right, next thing on our agenda is an ordinance.
You
we
need
have
one
one
more motion. 'cause
Oh, I'm
there's
sorry.
5, I'm sorry. It's for just for the summer scholarship for the attending.
Okay, I'm sorry. Councilman Wells, I'm trying to get you.
I move to nominate Tanya Lumen for the Wham Summer Convention Scholarship Application in Cody, Wyoming, June 7th through June 9th, 2023.
Second.
Been a motion made and seconded to nominate Tanya Lumen for the Wham Summer Convention Scholarship Application in Cody, Wyoming, which is June 7th through the 9th of 2023. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, thank you.
I was gonna ask to speak about the resolutions for the Wham Summer Convention.
Oh, yes.
I think we should be all aware, sitting up here, that those are gonna be due, I thought it said in there the May 8th. So I think it's a good idea to keep on our table of what resolutions we would like to see passed or presented to Wham possibly as a group, and go from there. So I'd like to see that also maybe coming up on the agenda here shortly, next meeting or two, so we could have some of that stuff, that discussion.
Yes, I think we should.
Thank you.
And just so everybody knows what those resolutions are, is they're things that Wyoming Association and Municipality or each town feel important to take to the legislature. One example is Rawlins and Larry both put resolutions forward about abandoned buildings and trying to get the legislature to do something to allow us to take care of some of those buildings to make our towns a little better, economic development as well as looks and safety. It was kind of interesting. We put that resolution forward. It went through the resolution committee, and the body then votes on it, and then it goes back to the board of directors, who try to find a legislator to sponsor that bill and take it forward. That all happened. It was sponsored by a senator out of Laramie. It went through the committee. It was voted on unanimously. All 6 members of the committee voted yes. It went to the general file over at the legislature, went in the bottom of the drawer, and was never pulled out. So we just need to get more legislators on board with that and push harder. And just so you know, it almost always takes up to 3 years to get something through the legislature, but it made it quite a ways, and it's building more momentum. So I think we need to have that be something to that effect, be one of our resolutions again, and maybe we can push it over the finish line this time. And also on that, we do need to vote for somebody to be on the resolution committee, and I think that needs to be on the agenda next time also.
I have a placeholder on the next one. I haven't received any documentation from Wham yet, but I do have it placeholder, and I will
Okay.
reach out to them
Okay.
later on this week and see where that stands, because yes, I do know it needs to be, you guys need
Yeah.
to vote on that
Yeah,
sooner rather than later.
And Chris, just so you all know, Chris went with DeBari last time and worked that, and he has expressed interest on being on the resolution committee, and keep that in mind. And Wendy, you had something?
Just for the information of the council, DeBari Martinez contacted me, wanted me to let you know that he has a resolution he'd like to bring. I asked him to bring it to you or one of the other council members for review.
He did talk to me about that also, and I don't know what it is, but I told him to bring it, we'll present it and see where it goes. Okay, any further discussion?
Is that what the $10,000 was earmarked for?
What 10,000?
There's $10,000 that was earmarked, the city was gonna donate or put toward looking into?
Yes, yes, it was.
Okay.
I was lost, sorry, Mike. Yes, it was. And I really do think that was one of the biggest things that helped let people know we were serious. And so, anyway, a lot of us were there for that committee meeting, and
So is there still money in that $10,000 budget, or is that?
no, none of that's been spent.
None of it has been spent?
I don't think so. It's all been Cheyenne's money so far. Correct, Tom?
Correct.
So, anyway, and we'll readdress that again at budget time. All right, so we're done with that, correct? Okay, so we'll move on to the next thing, which is an ordinance. And let's see, where am I at here? Okay. And I would entertain a motion. Vice Mayor Sanger.
I move to approve on first reading and waive the reading of the ordinance to amend ordinance Chapter 8.08, garbage, refuse, and construction and demolition materials.
Do I hear a second? Do I hear a second?
Second it.
There's been a motion made and seconded to approve the first reading and waive the reading of the ordinance to amend ordinance Chapter 8.08, garbage, refuge, construction, and demolition materials. Is there any discussion? And I will turn the floor over to you, Wendy, so you can explain.
Yes, sir. The edits in this ordinance are to currently remove mention of recycled materials due to the confusion about what recycled materials may or may not mean. This is intended to be a temporary measure until we can come to a consensus of what the word means. And in order to resolve any issues in the meantime, while we're discussing that, I have removed those from here. So everywhere there was a mention of recycling, it has been removed. Another change was that the haulers had mentioned that the due date of the bill in the ordinance did not match up with the due date on the actual printed invoices. And I was asked to change that. So on page 14, I simply amended it, instead of saying the last business day of the month, that the payment will be made no later than the due date indicated on the invoice, so that the invoice controls that. The other thing that I pulled was section 8.08.320, hauler records filed with the city clerk. The idea behind that was just to try to reduce record requirements for both the haulers and the clerk. And I await your direction.
Comments?
Can you explain that last part one more time?
So 8.08 on page 11, it requires the haulers to provide the city clerk before the 10th of each month a list of their customers, the size of the container for each customer, and the frequency of pickup in alphanumeric order. It's a reporting requirement that all the haulers have to bring to the clerk every month.
And what was I was just looking for the reasoning for removing it.
Oh, the reasoning was so that we could validate the amounts actually brought to the reported customer lists, so that we could verify that they jive.
And by removing this, that corrects that? Is that, am I misunderstanding the purpose of it?
It was just an attempt to lessen the burden on both the companies and the clerk. They do it now.
Right, that's what I thought. So
Yeah.
isn't this beneficial for the city to have this?
Yes, it's just a suggestion.
Comments?
I'm in
Vice Mayor?
agreement with Councilman Garner. It's a method for being able to track tonnage. That's
I will
what's,
put it back in.
it was its original intent.
I agree. I think we need that in there, or it should stay.
We need to amend the motion to have that.
I will make any changes you direct.
Well,
on the
should we
second
make a
one.
motion, and we probably should do this through a motion, and then it
If you
will,
want to list out the total changes and then make one motion for all the changes recommended, and we can actually vote on that, and then I can change it up for second reading.
okay. Councilman Wells?
My concern with removing recyclable materials is, does that make that where we can't do that at all anymore in the time being? Because I know, like, in the past, if the haulers picked up garbage and they saw some boxes in there, would they not be able to take that to the recycling now?
They can still take it to our recycling center,
Even if it's not listed
even if we
in
don't use the word recycling.
Okay.
I believe this says it has to go one place or the other, the landfill or the recycling center.
But we've taken out all the recycling.
But if you take the terminology recycling, then it's considered trash, correct?
Well, you could take it either place. I guess, but
Would it be helpful to, rather than taking out the word recycling, to just change the destination of all trash and recycling to city installations?
I think that would be better.
Okay, so basically leave all the wording for recycling and just change so that it's clear that everything either goes to the landfill or to our recycling center? Would that be more appropriate?
If we're changing verbiage, shouldn't it be the transfer station? Because all trash is transferred out of town. So it's only temporary.
Okay, but
stored there.
I'm just saying, in order to speak, you have to ask for the floor, and I'm not trying to be rude or any of that, but it just can't be a free-for-all.
So, I mean, is this time for general comment, or?
You just raise your hand.
Yes, sir, come up to the podium and state your name, and so the secretaries or the clerk can get that, and then.
My name is Mike Goff. I think this has been a big topic of debate, clarifying things. If we're gonna try to clarify and you wanna change verbiage for trash versus recycling versus construction waste, you should also not use landfill because we are not storing trash there. It is being hauled off. So technically it is a transfer station for trash because the city is paying someone to haul it off. It's not a technical landfill. And everything seems to be turning into technicalities right now. And so,
I understand.
If verbiage is gonna change, then that should also change. Because I think people are getting confused in the general public. I don't think a lot of citizens realize that the city pays a bunch of money to have the trash hauled off.
Sir, you're correct. I was speaking incorrectly, but our ordinance does call it the Rawlins Municipal Sanitary Landfill Transfer Station. It is called that in the ordinance, so me just calling it the landfill was inappropriate. Thank you.
Okay, well, that's what I'm getting at is things are, people are trying to change verbiage. It should be the same across the board for everything. And I mean, by not defining what's recycling, are you kind of defining what is recycling? Should you not define it before you try to remove it?
That is the process that we're trying to do, is remove it because it is vague and get a consensus of what it should be by working with the haulers to find out how they want.
So you're agreeing that it's a gray area?
Yes.
So a hauler's license was removed because?
I'm not going to go into that, sir.
Okay. All right. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilman Lumen.
I do think it is quite confusing to take out all the language, just like Councilmember Wells spoke of. If you don't have anything in there about recycling, then it leaves it open to interpretation because you haven't said what it is or what it isn't. I think that's more confusing than just leaving it in there. Just my thought.
So maybe simply directing that it must be brought to either, no matter what it is, must be brought to either our transfer station or our recycling center.
And you're leaving the interpretation up to the to haulers?
That way, everything still has to come to ours, which is the problem that
But
we
they
were
decide
having.
where it goes.
Right. If
Okay.
it's recycling, they bring it to the recycling center. If it's not, they take it to the landfill transfer station. But that may close the issue about taking it out of town until we can come to an agreement on that.
There's a lady in the back. Can you?
I'm sorry, what is it?
I just have a question. I don't know if recycling was on or like part of flow control before, which I don't think it was. But someone mentioned adding both of them to it. So would that mean recycling would now be part of flow control or no? If that makes sense. Because before, I don't believe recycling could be taken wherever. But then trash had to be taken to the transfer station. But then if you put both of it on it, does that mean both of them have to go?
I believe what we're trying to accomplish here is either whatever you want to call it will be either be taken to our transfer station or our recycling center, one or the other.
That terminology, whatever you want to call it, because that's allowing people to interpret it as what it is.
So, Councilman,
I want to say thank you for bringing that up because there is like businesses, okay, that are recycling, say metal, okay, that our landfill takes for free or whatever, but businesses garner their own profit on that. So I honestly would not believe recycling should be a part of that in that form. That would, I mean, you have a welding shop.
but they're not a hauler.
It wouldn't matter because the way flow control is designed and spoken about and presented, it does not matter if it's a hauler or an individual producing garbage within our community. Every single one of us is bound by a municipal code that requires us to take our generated garbage from your municipal house, your wherever it is, to our landfill. So if we switch over to require that of recycling also, then that would make it where I couldn't just take my scrap metal from welding and go, take it to a metal recycle per se, in any aspect. No business would be able to do that because it'd be generated within the municipal city limits, and that is what our code requires. So thank you for bringing that forward.
Okay, thank you, that's all I have.
Can because people get paid for recycled materials, I don't think we can tell it where it needs to go, period. Because they make money off of that. And if we set that precedence, then that means I could tell anybody in this town where you have to buy your goods or sell your goods or, because people do recycle and they get paid for their cardboard. They, like he said, they do get paid for their metal. I don't think recycled materials should be something that we put a control on and we say it has to go here. Because there's people who've invested in recycling places to move product. So now now they can't use it anymore?
You have residents.
Now, don't be just talking from there. You have to come up and
I
stand
said
at the
I'm sorry.
podium.
I said
Okay.
I'm sorry and stood up and started
Okay,
walking.
thank you.
So you're cutting some of your residents off at the knees if that's what you're trying to do, because you've got residents that actually that's how they make their living, is hauling stuff. And I'm talking about recyclable materials, metals, appliances, that they haul it out of state to make money. And I don't know why, whether it's they're disabled or they're retired, but that is their sole source of income, is going around and collecting people's, for lack of a better term, junk, stuff that people don't want, that they don't want to haul off themselves, whether it to be our transfer station / landfill or another one in a different town or different state. So for the betterment of the community, allow people to take recycling wherever they want. if they're making money off of it.
In that case, we have to be more specific about what recycling is.
Hence, changing, in my opinion, before you start changing ordinance, maybe discussions need to be, how do we change the terminology and what we want to put in, instead of just changing an ordinance to change it in the meantime. I think that's,
Well, the reason I'm recommending changing either taking the definition out or changing the definition of recycling is specifically because of the issue we had.
because you agree there was a gray area.
It was not defined enough, and we had two people arguing about what recycling means. So my goal with this was to take the word out until we come to an agreement on what recycled material is, so that we don't have the misunderstanding in the future. But as it stands right now,
But why change it if you haven't defined it?
because we still have the problem with one person saying recycled material is this, and one is saying that it's not. So if the word isn't in there, we have nothing to argue
Hence the
about.
reason I say sit down with everybody and
Which we will
change the
do.
definition before.
In the meantime, we close this issue with the ordinance in the meantime until we come to that decision. That is my goal with this.
And I just, to me, that's, it's wasted everyone's time. I mean,
You know,
guys-
if we hadn't been through what we've been through, I might agree with you. But when we have been through what we have been through, we have to do something about it.
Right, and that's why that was my suggestion, is sitting down and coming up with an agreement with, what is everyone's interpretation? Why do you interpret it this way? Why do we interpret it this way? Instead of just saying, here's what we're doing, this is just a placeholder. We're gonna kick the can down the road, and for lack of a better term, and I expressed my feelings about this before, that's what seems to have happened for years on other issues. So instead of, to me, it would have made more sense to table the topic, talk about it, sit down with the two handlers, whether they do it or not, and say, come to a mutual agreement that's beneficial for the city and the two businesses that are trying to make a living. I think, and yes, I work for one of the handlers, but I think they were treated like they were trying to do something bad to the city, and they weren't.
I'm not gonna get into that.
I didn't ask you to. I was just giving my opinion. It wasn't a question, I guess. It was a statement. But that's why I said, instead of changing an ordinance to just turn around and change it again, doesn't really make sense.
Thank you. Councilman Lumen.
How long do you think it will be until you can bring everybody together and get a definition of recyclables?
I think by June. I think it's going to take some debate, and it's probably gonna take some work sessions, because obviously the council, we need to define it as a whole. So I believe we can initiate discussions relatively soon and have something to bring to the council by June, if not earlier.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Kendra Cisneros. I have a question. When you pass an ordinance, is it from the night, if you guys all vote this in tonight, it's good to go tomorrow?
It takes 3 readings and a public hearing to change an ordinance. We're on the first reading right now.
Then I am in agreement with Mike. I don't understand why you would change the verbiage that would set something in motion that would shut down people's income, change how the haulers have to haul stuff and all that. Why would you not It's like you're putting the cart before the horse here. And that makes no sense to me at all, along with a lot of other things.
Is there any further discussion?
The legal concern behind this is that obviously I'm supposed to look for the worst in every scenario. If we do not either redefine or remove recycled materials while we're discussing this, there is literally, we could have the same situation that we had last year. As long as these words remain in here and there is argument about what they mean, the problem remains. My goal is to remove the possibility of a repeat of the problem from last year until we can get it agreed upon, so that then, once it's redefined, it's done because everybody has agreed on it, rather than leaving this vague thing that could be argued over again. That is my legal reasoning behind it.
Ma'am, you have something to say?
My name is Carrie V. Hill. I just wanted to know why anything that's happened before now has anything to do with resolution going forward. So you said that if things hadn't happened the way that they happened, you'd be on board with what people are saying, but now you're not on board with what people are saying. Why does that matter?
I don't know if that's the way I worded it, but I don't want history to repeat itself. And this is an attempt to stop that from happening.
Okay, so I think resolution sitting down with both parties would be a good way to do that.
It is definitely in our plans for the future.
Okay.
All right, any further discussion? Councilman Garner.
On this ordinance, I'm just curious. You are the presenter of this, Ms. Wade. When, how did we get here? When were you directed to do this?
This is something that I did in reaction to legal issues that we had last year, attempting to fix a problem that was obviously a problem.
Okay. Because I was unaware that we were looking at anything like this, so.
I initiated this because it's a vague ordinance, like I've done on some of the other ordinances I brought to you to clarify the legal language.
I guess I like the idea of having the discussion before we're gonna vote on it because of just this right here. There's a lot of discussion that needs to happen if we're gonna make this many changes to the ordinances, so that's all.
Any further discussion?
Would it be better to table it for now until the stuff gets changed in it? Or I don't know. If
Let's see, we've got a motion and a second. I think we have to vote on that first, correct?
We do, and just to clarify the process, because there are 3 readings, anything that you direct me to change will be amended before the 2nd reading, and then again before the 3rd reading. So this is not the final version, it's simply the first reading of 3.
So to be clear, what are the changes that you are going to make?
We haven't determined that yet.
Okay, so we have to clarify that before we can vote, correct?
Correct.
And the definite one is taking out the extra paperwork.
That is definitely
Putting that
to be
back in.
left in, yes.
Okay.
So that is one definite one that needs to be voted on to change.
Any further discussion, Councilman?
My opinion, Wendy, is that I like the reporting requirements. I like the billing cycle. I think that's going to benefit everybody involved. I don't think it's gonna take too much to come up with a definition, so in my personal opinion, I would vote this through because it's first reading, but I think we can come up with something by third reading that would be more
To define.
align with what our end goal is. But that's my opinion.
But does the process start all over then?
You know what? You're not standing in front of the podium, are you? I'm sorry, but this
I
is,
know, and I'm not yelling at anybody, I'm just asking questions.
I know, but you have to ask them from behind the podium,
So
Mike.
does that start the process all over again? So if
Each reading, no.
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 So as many changes as you want can happen between now and the final?
Correct.
And, okay.
Third one.
Or it
That-
can be voted down.
It
That,
can be voted out.
that was my question, is not understanding the process. I didn't want to, okay, well, so we're gonna do this, and then we get through a second, and then we wanna make changes, then does it start all over? That was
No.
my question.
No, it doesn't. Councilman Weisenberg.
I'm in agreement with, it's the first reading, there's some changes that we're already saying we wanna see going into the second reading. It's not, the other thing is we do not have to put it on the next agenda or the next agenda right away. It don't have to be 3 meetings right in a row, so we have some time to work this process out also, so.
All right. Are we ready to vote?
You got someone in
Okay. Come on up.
Not to beat a dead horse, but wouldn't it
You need to
behoove,
say your name.
Patrick Gonzalez,
Thank you.
wouldn't it behoove this council to get with the haulers first and foremost to have this discussion before you even bring it to council on a first reading? That would avoid a lot of confusion, as Mike said. We all know that you have to go through 3 readings. However, you're talking about June to do something that probably could have been resolved and taken care of within a couple of days.
Well, if it can, it will be taken care of in a couple of days from now.
Yeah, but wouldn't
Because
it be wiser
it
though
is-
to talk to the haulers, to the experts? Don't you think that would be the first thing? Talk to the people who work with this stuff on a daily basis. And as far as I know, none of you that sit on this council are experts in sanitation or recycling. The city attorney's certainly not an expert. Talk to the haulers first. If you want to avoid situations, bring those people to the table first. Just like Mrs. Snow said, you're putting the cart before the horse. Common sense, people. Use it.
Can you please open online voting? I'm sorry, hang on. Councilman Garner?
Yeah, I would, from what everyone's saying, or the citizens are wanting, is to have a conversation first. And I think we should always try to do that first with our citizens before we make a decision. So I think if we table it, have the conversation, it's not gonna hurt anything. It creates a better image for us that we're listening and we'll try to work with you. And it's not just the haulers. We're talking anybody to recycle. It affects every citizen in this town. So if Mrs. Cisneros says it, she's not a hauler. She has concerns about it. It affects everybody. I think we should at least table it and then have the conversations and then bring it forward and present what we're gonna make changes to.
To table something, do you have to vote first and then table?
You have to
How
make
that
a
works?
motion to table it,
Make the motion.
which has not been done, yes.
If the motion on the table fails, it stops the action completely to go back to the drawing board procedurally. So if the motion on the floor is to pass on the first reading and it fails, it goes away and we start over again. Just wanted you to know what the procedure would be.
Then how do we table it? How's that
We
work?
wouldn't table it.
You can't table it once the first reading's in place?
Honestly, there's no point, because if you fail the motion, I have to start from scratch anyway, which is what people pretty much want me to do.
Okay.
And then once it's ready to come back again, we can put it on the agenda again as a new item.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Any further discussion? Open online voting, please.
Online voting is open.
Oh, stop it. Why are you telling me?
That's your attachment. Oh. Sorry.
Okay, great, thank
So
you.
you're reading the screen.
I was reading the wrong screen.
All right, the online voting has closed, the motion fails with 6 yeas and 1 yay. The 1 yay was Mayor Wycombe, the nays were Councilmember Wells, Councilmember Weisenberg, Councilmember Gardner, Councilmember Seeloff, Vice Mayor Sanger, and Councilmember Newman, sorry.
All right, thank you. Next thing on our agenda is an executive session. However, I don't know if there still needs to be one.
We can put off the executive session minutes from the past 2 meetings if you vote to table those. That would be the only reason that I'm aware of that you need an executive session, is to review the minutes from the last 2 meetings.
Okay. Councilman Wells.
I motion to table the executive session minutes of February 7th, 2023, regular city council meeting.
Second.
Been a motion made and seconded to table the executive session minutes of February 7th, a regular city council meeting. Any discussion? Please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting is closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, thank you. It is 10:46. This meeting is adjourned. Our next meeting is March 21st, 2023.
Gotta hand it in the back.
Yes, I wrote their last. No, they're corrections.
Yes, I did. I talked to the mayor and vice mayor.
And what did he say?
He chose not to.
Could you specifically tell me what he said?
I believe he said that you could be, here for the next one.
Because I was just gonna go up and talk shit about it. Is that what he said?
That is not what I said.
That's not.
That is not even close to what I said.
No.
I did not say that.